District Board of Trustees, regular meeting of January 30th, 2025 to order at 4:30. First item, can I have a roll call, please?
Are we doing the Pledge of Allegiance or holding it till later?
We'll do that now.
Okay. Devin Conley.
Anna Reed.
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert, trustee Lisa Henry is late. She will join us shortly. I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any member of the public wish to speak on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor of the motion to approve the agenda moved by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee DeFazio. Say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. This is the time for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Does any, don't see anyone in the audience wishing to speak. Is there anyone online wishing to speak about the closed session agenda? Not seeing any. We will close that item and move on to the closed session. But before I do, I'd like to just note that trustee Henry has just joined us. No action was taken during closed session. Okay, next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And students from Stevenson. First item on, the next item on the agenda is a school showcase by Stevenson Elementary. There you go.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Skelly, thank you so much for having us here this evening. We're very excited to present a special part of Stevenson Elementary, which is project-based learning. The very important part of our instructional program. Thank you. Three main things about that I'm going to be saying, but I have some very special people here tonight that'll be saying some more. So project-based learning, it provides relevance to skills that may be learned in isolation, great opportunity to integrate them and apply them across all subject areas. And it's not just the academic learning that's reinforced through project-based learning, but also 21st century skills.
It's been an honor to witness at Stevenson that the 5 guiding values aren't just words on a wall. They come alive through their approach to learning, especially in the project-based curriculum. So when students collaborate on real-world challenges, they build a stronger community by supporting each other's growth. They develop respect by considering diverse perspectives and giving thoughtful feedback to peers. These values don't just guide our students' education, it also prepares them to be thoughtful, capable leaders who can tackle tomorrow's challenges.
Good evening, I'm Teresa Coughlin. I'm a first grade teacher at Stevenson. The video you are about to see showcases some of our younger learners thinking about how the PBL how in the PBL is embedded the 5 values of Stevenson. And another note that I'd like to let you know is that at Stevenson, PBL is a K-5 program.
My favorite project was the marble run because it needed a lot of collaboration, and that helps me because sometimes I find it hard to work in a team because sometimes people don't agree and it's hard to work with that. But the marble one helped me learn how to collaborate with others. I think my favorite project would be the 3rd grade comic project. And it showed resilience because sometimes when we were drawing the comics, we got something wrong and we had to start all over again. My favorite PBL project in kinder was community helpers because I liked presenting to grown-ups and older kids about being a pilot. My favorite project was the marble run because I had to collaborate with 3 different people and had to learn how to be a team.
This is a PBL gold standard infographic by PBL Works, and this is something, I'm Savita Srivatsa, and I teach 3rd grade at Stevenson. This infographic by the PBL Works organization is the gold standard PBL components that we aspire to at Stevenson. Some of the highlights of this infographic, the first one is a driving question, which is kind of the lens through which the project is framed. It's either a problem or a question the kids answer. at an appropriate level of challenge. The second is student voice and choice. This is something students get to pick how they work and what they create to show off their skills. The third highlight I'd like to do is reflection, which happens throughout the process by both teacher and students. And we're reflecting on the process, the quality of student work, some of the issues we're facing, and what strategies we can use to overcome those. And the last one is public product, which the students showcase their product to an audience beyond the classroom, usually on exhibition night, but it can also happen through other means.
Hi, I'm Kyle Hillebrecht, the instructional coach at Stevenson Elementary. And the components that Savita just mentioned help guide teachers as they plan projects behind the scenes. The PBL wall, which you can see on the slide, is a roadmap and a guide for students in the classroom as they work on the project. It starts with the driving question and long-term learning targets, both academic and social skills. And then as students go through the project, together, things are added to the PBL wall: vocabulary, content anchor charts, things that help kids interact with and eventually present when they have the public opportunity to present at exhibition night.
Hi, I'm gonna lower this. My name is Lauren Willigan, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Stevenson. So during PBL, students show growth in academic and 21st century skills, and students are engaged during PBL because of the ownership they take of their learning. We have some members of student leadership here to talk about their PBL experiences.
Good evening. My name is Shiv Mathur in 5th grade. My favorite PBL was the marble run in 3rd grade. It taught me the importance of making multiple attempts and running tests on my design. This relates to resilience and that you have to stay encouraged even if a test fails. PBL has influenced my education because I've been able to work on projects that relate to real life skills instead of only doing worksheets.
Good evening. My name is Anna Voltenoha and I'm in 4th grade. My favorite PBL project was on the Ohlone people. While working on the Ohlone project, I was able to learn about the history of Mountain View and much of the Bay Area where the Ohlone people have lived. This project also grew our resilience because we had to make an artifact from the ancient Ohlone people for our museum exhibit. A lot of people chose difficult artifacts and had to make multiple tries. PBL has had a positive impact on all of Stevenson because it makes learning something fun.
Good evening. My name is Pranav Acharya. My favorite PBL project is when we learned about how Native American tribes have changed over time into the modern world. While working on this project, I improved my skills in compromising on ideas with each member of my group and persevering through challenges. This PBL connects on Stevenson core values of collaboration and resilience. Project-based learning has greatly impacted my education because it made learning fun by making connections and applying skills in a hands-on way.
Good evening. My name is Leonor Gaspar. My current favorite PBL is the Gold Rush PBL. While working on this project, I am practicing researching and writing an opinion essay. PBLs are connected to all of our core values. Resilience, as you have to try multiple times to get the final product you want. Collaboration, because if you're in a group PBL, you have to work with your group. Innovation, because you have to come up with something new for your PBL. And community, because you can create a community with your PBL group. Respect, because you respect everyone while doing your PBL, your group members, and the other people doing the PBL. PBLs have had a positive impact on my education as they make learning more fun.
Thank you. And the final point we want to make is that PBL is more than a product. It's the value of PBL, it's the student engagement and investment in the process over several weeks. The projects are very long-term. So thank you very much for listening to us. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer them.
So you want to take a photograph of all of us? So, please don't leave yet. Yeah. So, yeah, don't leave. So on behalf of the board, thank you very much, Principal Lambert and Principal Pullman, and thank you for the students and the parents who have come here tonight. Really appreciate it. Next, special recognition for honoring the service and retirement of Principal Terry Lambert. You want to introduce the?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so, well, tonight is, I think your penultimate day in the district here. Tomorrow, this is sort of like a long goodbye here. There's been lots of events here where we've celebrated, Terry, your contributions to the district. And they've been numerous. You've been here in the district office. I first met you when you were at Castro, leading that school with such care and love. And then I come back and you're at Stevenson doing the very same thing here. And now you're about to embark on a whole new chapter of your life. We've had conversations and you've picked my brain a little bit, and your plans are exciting. You couldn't perhaps not move farther away from Mountain View than you are going to do here in moving to Maine. But I know that you have left, I've said this before, you've left such a legacy of caring about students, being a strong leader. Stevenson has very involved, opinionated parents. That's one of its great strengths. And you have been able to get all of those strong people marching in one direction to the great benefit of the students and staff at that school. And you know, we're so fortunate to learn from you at leadership team meetings, to see you in action, to hear your frank conversations about whatever is going on. And you will leave a legacy in this district, and I'm sure you've brought a lot from here. You've also served in other districts before. We were fortunate enough to have you come here, and we know you've made outsized contributions there as well. So tonight, we asked the board to pass a resolution honoring Ms. Lambert for her tremendous contributions to our district and to the young people of California as she gets ready to depart to other places. So anyway, with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Yes, so we're not going to do a choral reading of the resolution. But I would like to make, probably the board members would like to make comments. He's very disappointed. I think in the interest of time, we just move on. I would like to say, you know, Terry Lambert, I remember when you first came on board, when the first time I was around as a trustee in 2013, and you know, you were really brought here to target helping Castro and the challenges they faced. You remember at that time, right? We went through several years where both of us kept getting questions that whether we were related or not, right? I think I think finally think finally that's ended, right? And now you're going to leave, right? But it was nice nevertheless, having another Lambert, right? Um, you know, uh, sort of managing the school district. So thank you very, very much for all your help over the years. Really appreciate it. Trustee Conley?
Yes, Principal Lambert, thank you so much. I know from when you were at Castro and then now when you've been at Stevenson, how much you care about and love the students that you work with. I remember when we were trying to get kids to show up for summer school at Castro in the summer, and you were going out and finding them at home and making sure they came in to summer school and didn't miss a moment of that learning opportunity. And you have brought that dedication to every single child that you work with. I've seen it year after year after year. I know you are loved by our community in return for your dedication. And I just want to thank you for you've been here for at least since 2013, I believe. So, I mean, that is an incredible amount of time to commit to serving our community. Thank you.
Any other trustees? Or they just haven't been around long enough to get to know you. Is there a member of the public who would like to speak? Don't see anybody.
We have not, Ms. Pullman would like to say something.
You want to do that at this stage? Okay, good. I was going to do the members of the public first, and then we'll get, anyone online wish to speak? We have one comment online. We will take that comment. Ms. Liu?
This is Young Liu. I just want to say thank you, Principal Lambert, for being our principal and coming in at the time that we needed help 2 years ago. And I really appreciate all the time that she have, worked with me and the other coaches during the walkathon and give us so much new ideas and information and being so supportive always at events and from the beginning to the end and just being creative and kind and just also when I've had meetings with her regarding my child, I can see that she really helpful and very careful, like pulling out all the data, helping me look at these things really thoroughly. I just really appreciate it. And I can see that she really cares. And my child today, as I was driving her back, she's like, "Oh, I'm so sad." And I'm like, "What's going on?" She's like, "Well, tomorrow is Principal Lambert last day." And I'm just really sad because I really like her because she's fun and she's nice. So just want to say thank you so much, and we will miss you.
Okay, thank that. I'd like to invite Principal Pullman.
Good evening and good evening, Ms. Lambert. I just wanted to say, as somebody who cares deeply about equity and about equity in schools, I can honestly say that Terry Lambert is somebody who internalized and operationalized equity on a daily basis. Not many people know that she started her career in a First Nations school in Northern Canada, where there are no paved roads to that school. Later as a special education teacher for some of our society's most vulnerable, and then continued her work here in our district. It's been the honor and privilege of a lifetime and a career to get to learn, even in this short amount of time, from her. And I'll always remember it. So I just want to say thank you, Ms. Lambert. And here is the resolution framed for you so that you get to keep it and remember it always.
What she has to say.
So, Ms. Lambert, could you come up here? We'll take a picture of you.
Maybe you want to say a few words? No. Okay, go get it. Okay.
I do want to, of course, thank this district for bringing me in 2013. It has been an honor to be here this long, and it's also an honor to end my 39-year career here. It's a great district, and I know it will continue to be a great district. So thank you so much.
You can go home now if you would like.
Or you can stay. I mean,
What's that? I'm sorry, Ms. Bowman. Oh, yes, you have to pass this resolution. It's an action item.
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees pass a resolution of the Board of Education of the Mountain View Isthmus School District recognizing and honoring Teresa Lambert for her exemplary service in public education, resolution number 02-013025.
Second.
we have a motion from trustee Conley, a second from trustee DeFazio. uh, um, Approving the motion. All in favor, say
Aye.
Aye.
aye. Motion passes unanimously. Great, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Employee Recognition Turtle Award.
Thank you very much. Just as background, our success on behalf of our students is magnified when we work together. The Turtle Award is designed to recognize an admirable employee who demonstrates exceptional collaboration and teamwork with their colleagues and/or students at Mountain View Isthmus. The 4 employees receiving recognition for Turtle Awards at this meeting are Brittany Thornton, Harvest Radich, Maria Contreras, and Nastasia Harris. I think do you have to pass
We have to pass
a resolution? Yes.
Yeah, resolution. Any comments from the trustees? We have any comments from the public? Anyone online? Don't see any. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the motion?
Make a motion that we accept the Turtle Awards as presented.
Second,
Second.
we have a motion from trustee Conley and a second from trustee Reed to approve the employee recognition for Turtle Award. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Start off with comments from the trustees.
Yes, I'd like to pull item L, please.
Okay, any further comments? Do we have any comments from the public on the consent agenda? Don't see any. I don't see any online either. So I propose that we take a motion on the consent agenda without item L.
So moved.
I have a motion from trustee Conley. Do I have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from trustee DeFazio to approve the consent agenda without item L. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Trustee Conley, would you like to discuss item L?
Yes, thank you. So one of my first questions was regarding the price. So when we approved our Measure T Priority 2 list back on May 30th, the roofing items from that, including Crittenden's walkways, they're covered walkways as well, totaled out at about 15.5 million for the entire construction budget. And this is coming in at 10.5 million just for the design. So I'm curious about why there is such a discrepancy between the budget that was allocated or predicted for Measure T in May and this design price. Uh,
As opposed to the physical application outlines what the design would be. The design is a percent of the actual.
Okay, so are we actually thinking this is going to come in under budget then? It'll be $5 million less than we had anticipated?
Right now, construction only, so that doesn't include is that 10.5 million.
So about 5 million less than, okay. No, thank you. That's helpful. I think I saw that $10.5 million number and my eyes popped out of my head because then the final lines were, and I apologize, we have had a sick toddler all week and very little sleep. My other question related to this, because it's Measure T funding, I'm a little concerned about, there was a newspaper article recently that talked about how to fund the option to purchase that we're looking at with the land before, and this might not be a question for you, it might be for Dr. Skelly, how to purchase the land underneath the teacher housing. And it talks about things like not all of the Measure T funding has been allocated, but it hasn't been spent. And yet we're continuing to spend. And at the same time, there are projects that trustees voted on, like the outdoor learning spaces for continued public input. They were supposed to have a meeting with Carducci at Crittenden at their PTA general meeting earlier this week, and Carducci did not come. So I'm not sure what's going on in terms, are we still moving forward with all of our Measure T projects, or are we waiting? Where are we on that?
I can't speak to the roofing piece. Maybe you could speak to that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the board at the last meeting voted to continue the Carducci expenditures of the $30,000 to do meetings. So we've been having some of those meetings. I can't speak to the meeting at Crittenden, but we will continue to do that, and our plan is to come back. I do think the board, there is some interest, board members have expressed to me in terms of looking at what's the next step. And we have an agenda item at the end about future board meetings. And I do think that you need to discuss where and how you're going to buy this land should you get there. So the last direction that we got from this board was to continue the work with Carducci on this. And you allocated $30,000 to continue that. I believe your comment was involved the PTAs. So we're planning to do that until we're instructed otherwise.
Have they done any input sessions so far?
Yeah, they met with the city, or tell me, there was another group that they met with.
The city and then living classroom.
Okay, but not the PTAs or the school site councils yet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I make a motion that we approve item L from the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second. We have a motion to approve item L on the consent agenda by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Henry. Do you want me to take any public comments first from the public? Nothing online? Okay. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll now move on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Any member of the public like to speak? Take in-person comments first. I do not see any. I see 2 people online. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close. I'll take the 2 speakers then online. First one is private.
Hi, yes, it's Nancy. Hope you all are doing well. I wanted to touch base about the teachers housing project. I've been asking on this project since the fall, how many teachers were actually serving with this project. I guess I should call it staff housing. we just on consent agenda had a request for another $175,000 for furnishings. And we continue to be pouring money into this project, a project I might add, which apparently we're getting less interest in as time goes on. Apparently we had more than 30 people interested in this. And as of this week, the number I was given by Dr. Skelly is that there are now 30 people interested. We keep pouring money in, but I feel like the public still to this date has not been given the data. We do not have the numbers in terms of, as a reminder, I have been asking, how many teachers are we serving with this project? All right, I understand that staff is also valuable. However, the many members of the public voted for this because we thought we would be serving teachers. We keep pouring money in. The pro forma that was shared with us in November failed to address $1.8 million in construction-based rent that is apparently already owed. I'm very interested to see the complete and full financials. We have yet to see this, and we have been asking for it. This is highly problematic, and I have heard that there is some talk about using Measure T funding for this rent money, and I'm not even sure if that is allowed, but if that is allowed, we certainly should have some sort of written notification from legal counsel stating so. Either that 1.8 million should have been provided in the November pro forma, or we should have a letter from the bond counsel explaining that this is legal use of Measure T. To date, we have not been given the full financial accounting, and it is long overdue, and we keep being asked to put more money into this project. Interest is going down. I really think we need to stop the bleeding. Please address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with Nancy, and thank you for look at the number and sharing that with the public. I really appreciate it. Another thing I wanted to say, I just want to thank Dr. Skelly for for coming into the district and helped us and save so much money. Like the first week he came in and removed that $6 million lock and stop the $2.7 million district renovation, just a lot more. So I just really just want to say give my appreciation for his time here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that closes the community comment section. We'll move on to item 9, communications. Do we have any reports from employee organizations? I don't see any. Therefore, we'll move on to the interim superintendent report.
Thank you very much. Earlier, we sent out a letter, staff, I did with the help of Ms. Hausman, regarding the work of the district affirming families in the wake of immigration enforcement. And this letter was well received by the community. However, unfortunately, tonight's agenda, through some mistakes we made in my office, or I made, we didn't have this resolution on the agenda tonight, but we'll certainly, it's been written, it was set to go. And then I got an email from somebody and I said, please tell me we didn't forget to put this on there, and last we did, but it'll be on your agenda on the 13th meeting for action, and we'll send it out tomorrow's newsletter so everyone can read it. Once again, we apologize for that. I think this board over its time, or this district over its time, has been doing this work, and we're committed to it. And in my meetings with families, speaking to them, this is an issue that's important for many people, not just folks with or might be undocumented, but also for H-1B visas and other ways that they are in our, living in our country and making contributions here. We also want to tell the community that the FICMAT audit begins next week. We'll have representatives at the district office conducting interviews and reviewing documentation. We've been compiling all that information and having it ready. They're sort of flexible about when they get it, but we'll have it all or almost all of it ready to go when they come on the campus on the 5th and 6th. We look forward to helping them make a thorough review, and we are keen to address any deficiencies that might come up. I want to talk a little bit about staff housing update, and Mr. Bear is here tonight, who's coming in on Monday to lead the district. We want to provide staff housing update in terms of numbers at every meeting. Obviously, these numbers are fluid. Nobody has signed a contract yet. The board and sort of the wheels of legal are moving. And so, we're just approving the lease in the next few days. I think some of you have to do some signing in the next couple of days. So we don't have any signed things. So the numbers are very fluid. I get requests on this almost on a daily reason. We're trying to keep up with them. But I think these, as I mentioned, these numbers are fluid, and we don't have any signed leases yet, but we certainly have people who are committed to living there and very, very excited about the possibility of the life-changing opportunities that will be provided here. We've got 30 apartments in the staff housing development allocated. At the next board meeting, we'll have some division by classified and certificated. Those will be general. We think that they are slightly higher in the certificated area than classified. Obviously, we have more certificated staff than we do classified, but we'll have at least that second that we provided ready for folks at the next board meeting. I would like to just say a couple things. The furniture object that you approved and consent was not a new expenditure. That was an approval of a previously approved expenditure. So I want to make sure that we're careful about how we describe this thing. We're not pouring more money into it. We're spending the allocated money that we have going forward. I continue, and certainly the money that's been spent has been designed and put forward in terms of pro formas and the like, in the way that our advisors tell us to do so. And then finally, I've said this to Ms. Actor and other people and about this is that I'm convinced that even though the startup on this is a little rough, it's not going to be long before this project is going to be viewed as a tremendous success and something that will provide the district and this community with an advantage, getting the best teachers possible and the best staff members possible. And, I'm very confident that that's going to be the case in the board. There will be plenty of people who will be taking credit for that when it happens. And I believe it will happen. I also want to update folks on the principals search. We have two principal openings. One at Stevenson and one at Castro. Next week, we will be soliciting the input of parents, families, and staff members on who they want to be, or the traits they'd like to see in their permanent principals next year. This information will be gathered through surveys used to inform the hiring process that is happening this spring. And we have a timeline. I think our timeline has it finishing at bringing two people to you at the March 20th board meeting. So is that the Ides of March? No, the 15th is the Ides of March. So the 20th will be the date you get that. We're also in the process of open enrollment. 349 new students have enrolled, and more than 41% of our current students are confirmed for next year. Both those numbers are super helpful as we build staffing. The number of new students is a little above where we were last year. And next week is a registration help night at Thurkoff. It's so wonderful to be here and the office and see families come in so excited about the chance to register their kids, send their most precious people to our schools, and we're just really excited about that possibility. So we have Help Night at Therakoff on the 5th, and then the registration deadline is February 7th. And we appreciate the staff members who work in this area, who are extraordinarily dedicated to having a warm hand in as we go forward. Later on, you will approve, I hope, a resolution honoring Black History Month. This is an important part of the educational experience of our students, integrating the accomplishments and contributions of our African Americans to this country. And I think I have an essay that will be in the newsletter tomorrow about my own experiences in that area. This is, I think it was yesterday, was the start of Chinese New Year. And this is, does everybody know what this is the year of? This is in fact the year of the snakes. So we're looking forward to that. And then finally, I can't leave without saying something that I said to principals, was it yesterday or Tuesday, about the work that we do here, your work. We have these, we have the kids come in here and they're always full of joy and energy. That these board meetings are serious events, right? You have people come in and they're angry or they talk to folks, but and you as a board have to sort of understand that people don't show up unless we really invite them, encourage them to come for things like school showcases. They don't come here because they're happy. They come here because they have something they want to tell you, they want to push on you. But it's so important that we remember that this work should be joyous, right? Our young people want to be happy, and that's one of the most important things that we want for our kids. So for teachers and staff members, we talk about lots of learning, grit and resilience and all those things, which are super important, but we also want them to have fun. And I think when we make our experiences for students fun and our administrators are having fun, that's something that's really, really important. And then since I'm opining, I think it's also important to remember that, we've gone through a tough, I'll say this when I said to you at the beginning when I started is, you're going through a hard patch here, but there are so many great people in this district doing great stuff. And that work is more, the average student is not touched by anything that in major ways, that they want a great teacher and they want a great experience. And I'm convinced that there are so many measures that say that what's going on in our district is really, really positive and transformative for the kids who have the privilege of going to our schools here. So keep that in mind as you govern here, and then keep that as your focus as you go forward. You can do anything as a district. Now, you can't do everything, but you can do anything. And focusing in on those things that are really important is going to serve you really well as you go forward. You got 3 great new board members. You got a board team that is anytime you bring 3 new members, and you're doing great stuff. So keep it up, and I look forward to seeing all the great things that happen as you move forward.
Okay, thank you. One thing I do want to add, your initial comment about the immigration resolution. I'll just share overall, I've seen the emails come through from all the trustees. All the trustees requested that this item be on this agenda, and it truly was an oversight. So, speak for all of us. So it'll come on next time, rest assured. I request too, that I'm sure we all want to say something about Dr. Skelly. Let's save that to the end of our meeting. Right. Okay. During our board updates, and that will do that. So we'll make sure there's lots of time for that. Okay, next section. Item 10, action, discussion, and presentation. First is a superintendent search process, discussion, and contract approval. Dr. Skelly, would you like to introduce Leadership Associates?
Thank you. You have going to hear from Jackie Horace, who's who will be your staff, your liaison with Leadership Associates. I think you've all already had some discussions on this topic. You do need to approve their contract tonight. That's important. They might not come back to meet with you again. I think they put together. You haven't looked it over. I think this is a thorough process. I think you've got some discussion to have here. I think you're off to a great start here. I think you made a great choice here in terms of companies to help you. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Horace.
Thank you. What a delight it is to see you all again. And once again, on behalf of my colleague, Dr. David Verduga, who couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, he had another commitment that he couldn't break, but we're delighted to be working with you. This is, as you well know, one of the most important decisions that you're going to make as a board. And you have our total support in finding you the most qualified candidate. What I'd like to do just real quickly is do an overview of our process so everybody has a good understanding of the different phases that we're going to do. We have a very thorough process. We vet our candidates very carefully. But the first thing that we do is we start out with our meeting this evening. We call that our initial meeting with the board. And in tonight's meeting, we're going to nail down the entire timeline for the search. We're going to be determining all the groups you want us to have input sessions with. We're going to make sure that the survey is what you want it to say for your community. And everything about the search, we're going to be making sure we have detailed this evening, by the end of this evening. We're also going to be asking you as board members 3 very important questions. We want to know, what do you desire in the next superintendent? What are the skills, the attributes, the personal characteristics that you want to see in the next superintendent, and what you think the next superintendent is going to need to have in order to be successful here in the district? Then we're going to ask you, what are the strengths of the district? And just in the short time that I've been here, oh my goodness, the things your students are doing, that wonderful PBL presentation from Stevenson. Absolutely, there's so many strengths. What I'm going to ask you to do on this question is to just highlight maybe the 3 or 4 top strengths. And we use this in 2 ways. One way is we recruit with this. When we contact people that we feel would be good matches for your district, we tell them, here's why you want to be here. This is why it's worth you leaving the district you're at to come to this district, just because they have this and all of these other things. And of course, we do use it with our marketing of the district. And then the next thing I'm going to ask you about is, especially from your viewpoint, what are the challenges that are going to face the new superintendent in the first couple of years that person's here? And this is really important because we want to make sure that whoever it is that we're vetting and recruiting has the skill set to be able to meet those challenges successfully. Okay, so I want you to think about those. And in the meantime, I'm going to, again, just give an overview. So after this evening's initial meeting, the next big step is we're going to do community input. It's really important for us, and of course, very important for you to know, what is it that your community wants to see in that next superintendent? What does the community feel are the challenges that are going to be facing the next superintendent? And we cast a very broad net. One way we get input is to do a community survey. And this goes out to everybody in your community, not just your parents. We want we want your taxpayers, we want your community groups, your business partners. We want everyone to take that survey because that, again, helps inform us. Certainly all of your stakeholders that are internal. We also do input sessions, and I'm going to be asking you this evening, who do you want us to have in an input session where we get to see them face to face and ask them those questions and see what they feel will be important for your next superintendent? Then we take all of that information and we triangulate it. And I think you're going to have an enormous response on your survey. We really find that the survey responses, which are also analytical. So we have some closed questions that they have to do choices. We have other questions where they have to prioritize. And then we have open comment questions. And those open comments will be very informative for you as well, as you're looking to see what is it your community is really thinking. So we take that information, we triangulate it, we use it to put together a position description. And we also use it, of course, as we're recruiting. We take a look and see what is it that everybody is looking for in that next superintendent? And do these candidates that we're vetting have these characteristics? The next thing that we do is we work with you on the candidate selection. So we're going to bring to you an electronic portal of all of the applications, and we're figuring you'll get somewhere between 20 and 40 applications for your position. So you'll have access to all the candidate materials, and you'll be able to look at their cover letters, their letters of recommendation, their application answers to the questions. And from that, we'll meet with you and you'll determine who do you want to bring from that pool forward as finalists for interviews. So you'll decide how many you want to do. And we're recommending that you do what we call a closed interview process, which is you will be the only ones who will be interviewing the candidates and ultimately selecting those candidates. There's a lot of reasons for that. One of the main reasons is what we have found in the many searches that we've done is if it's an open search where you have panel interviews, et cetera, many sitting superintendents won't apply because they don't want it to get out that they're looking for a job in case they're not selected to be your candidate for superintendent. There are also difficulties with who gets to choose and what if one group doesn't like a candidate and it's a candidate the board wants. So we highly recommend that it be a search where you interview the candidates, the finalists that you want to see, and also you make of course, the final decision. You'll conduct those interviews. We will help you with that. We'll make interview questions for your review that are based on what we found were the characteristics. After that, you'll do a validation process if you're interested in having some type of visitation with the candidate that you select's current district. And then you will offer a contract, which will help you review with the new candidate. And that's really the process in a nutshell. Any questions on that? Okay, moving right along. The next thing that we want to do is go over the initial meeting discussion items. So if you pull that sheet out, if you have it, we're going to be on number 2 now, and we're going to be asking, who would you like to serve as the liaison with my colleague and myself? And this is just for logistical kinds of things. It's generally 1 or 2 people.
So I will volunteer to serve as at least one of the liaisons.
Okay, do you want more than 1?
I'm happy to help unless there's other people who want to jump on it.
Okay, so trustees Lambert and Conley, thank you very much. Okay. We will need your cell phone number, so if you'd be kind enough to give that to Nancy, Nancy will get that to us. Is Nancy here this evening?
Line.
Nancy, can you just confirm that you've received all the guidelines and templates from Serena? Well, if she hasn't,
Yeah.
I'll make sure that she lets me know. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is try to decide who is it that you want David and myself to meet with in person for these input sessions. And we generally try to group people together. It's a lot more efficient. So if you would look at your community input sheet. I thought I had right here. I'd like you to decide who is it, and these again are just suggestions. So this is entitled Educational Partners and Community Forum. So we're going to be doing the Board of Education this evening. And would you want us to see any former board members?
So I'm sure that Ellen Wheeler, who was on the board for, I think over 20 years, would just be flattered to participate. I'd also recommend Jose Gutierrez.
Do you want us to pick specific board members or just open it up to former board members?
Generally, when we do former board members, it's usually just a call or a Zoom. So we usually reach out to them.
Oh.
So if you
All of
have any
them or
names.
just-
I mean, I don't think it hurts to cast a wide net. Why not?
Okay, I can get names from Nancy,
Yes.
right? Okay. The interim superintendent, we would like to speak with cabinet members. Okay. So we generally do a group, and that would be the leadership, your directors, your coordinators, and your principals. Sometimes we do them together, sometimes we do them in separate groups.
So we had a discussion about this at our leadership team meeting yesterday. And the way I framed it was that you talked to cabinet and at one meeting and principals and another for no other reason. I don't know why I did that, but that's what I told them. So I'd like you to.
I will do that. And we do that very often. So that's perfect. Okay. And when you say cabinet, is that going to include your coordinators and directors? That's cabinet?
There are some coordinators and mostly it's directors and then, assistant soups and.
Okay. And then the principals as their own group, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we generally do an all call for classified staff. So we work with either their executive team to find out when would be the best to either meet with them or send out a Zoom. And I have to tell you, ever since COVID, we have found we get a lot more participation if we do a Zoom with the groups. We do, in person as well, but sometimes if it's a large group, like an all classified staff, we'll set a time when we know that they are off work. And then we'll say, we're having a Zoom on Tuesday at this time. Here's the Zoom link. Please join us. Usually that works a little better. Do you have any confidential staff that you want me to interview separately?
My take would, and Kathy, you probably know better. I think if they're included with classified, that's fine, but you.
Okay. We always ask the Teachers Executive Board, Teachers Association, the same with CSEA. We like to do students, generally speaking, we can do that either at, the middle school or we've done it with Zooms. Sometimes we Zoom into one of their classrooms or a couple of their classrooms. Would you like me to set that up with the principals of the middle schools to see what would work best for them?
Yes, please. I know we have some leadership classes at each middle school, but I anticipate there is broader interest than just the leadership class.
Right.
So it would be wonderful to have student input.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes we ask the principals to set up a pizza lunch and invite a representative group of students. So it isn't just the leaders, it's, a broader base, but I'll work with the principals on that of the middle school, right? Okay. Which parent groups do you have that we could meet together with? Do you have school site council members? Okay. And then do you have PTA reps or home and school club reps?
We have PTAs. Stevenson has a foundation instead of a PTA, but it fills the equivalent role.
Okay.
Goes to the PTA president.
And their president participates in the PTA.
This would be like at the PTA meeting itself, right? Like for the general meeting for the PTAs, right? Not just a rep.
Or the PTA.
Most PTAs only have 3 general meetings a year.
Yeah.
So that might be asking if the PTA wants to do a special meeting or,
Yeah.
I imagine you're very experienced at facilitating that.
Right. And we generally ask for the executive group from the PTAs if they want to meet together.
The executive team.
Well, you two, or Bill attends the PTA president's meeting. That's the third Wednesday, but you'd have to reach out to the council
It
president.
is once a month, but there's usually business to do in that meeting too.
Yeah, but just for clarity, right? Like, I'm not, and maybe this is for discussion, like having meeting with the individual PTA's membership versus just the executive board of each PTA might have value. I don't know what folks think.
There is also open community forum on here. Are you thinking like a school by school?
Well, so when I was thinking about this, and feel free to, it's just, brainstorming here. I had been thinking through, we've got PTAs, SSCs, ELAC, and then we've got the district level versions of those, right? But I was wondering if, we also have had principal coffees and cafecitos at school sites, and I think that would catch that broader population that you're thinking of, Charles, of opening it up to any parents in the school who are interested, but in a focused way. So I don't mind having it be the PTA executive if we could also pair it with a cafecito at each school site or parent opportunity in that way. I don't know if that's too much though.
Well, you have 12 schools, so that's
11.
generally
11.
don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think what Trustee Conley is suggesting or getting at is that at many of our schools, the Latino groups are somewhat separate from they're included, but it's often easier to work with those groups separately and to get more meaningful input. And so that may be appropriate for certain schools.
Oh, okay. All right.
And so it doesn't have to be everywhere, but I maybe you could come up too with a better alternative, okay, to interact with that community.
Right. Well, I think we'd have to see if there's certain schools that you would want us to do that with, as
I think
opposed to all of them. And again, David is bilingual, so, he generally does the DLACs and the ELACs, where we invite all of those people.
Sorry, I didn't quite mean that, but I see where you're going. I think it's more, I guess my question is, how do you engage people whose first language is not English? And we do have a large Spanish-speaking population. It's almost a third of our district. And many of them are concentrated at a few schools. So what are your thoughts on how to really engage that community and make sure that their voice is heard in the search?
Well, what we usually do is we have one or two community forums that are specifically for, let's say, Spanish speakers, for example. So if you had a particular area where it was localized, where the majority of them could participate, we would have, one or two of those special, community forums to reach out to those people who are Spanish speaking. We also do, of course, English speaking community forums, but what we generally do is have everybody be invited. So usually it's one of your middle schools, and we would just invite the whole community, and, it would be in English.
Many of our families are bilingual too. For the English forum, let's say somebody isn't able to make a Spanish language forum, will we have translation provided there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And also one of the things that we try to do is have, as you can see on the list, we do have separate DLAC and ELAC reps as a group to meet. So they would be able to be in the community meeting as well as any of the specific Spanish speaking forums. Do you have service clubs like Kiwanis or Rotary or any of those that we would need to invite members of?
My tendency would be not to get involved in those discussions.
Okay,
It just broadens it to, it gets really broad, right?
all right.
That's my,
I can see Charles is about to press his button too. Well, I think we have a lot of nonprofit partners, as well as organizations like the Chamber that we're a member of and et cetera. Would it be sort of just one session, but inviting people from different groups?
Yes, so what we would need is who is it that you would want us to invite? So your nonprofit partners, if you have business partnerships with local, businesses that you have good relations with?
I don't know about, I'm not sure about business partners as much. But I know we work with a lot of nonprofits, Right at School, the Y, Living Classrooms, Canopy. I mean, I know there's a longer list internally of our provider for PE, Playworks, Project Cornerstone,
CSMA.
CSMA for our music and arts partner. I'm looking for, I would ask actually our McKinney-Vento coordinators who they're school community engagement facilitators, but they are probably the most knowledgeable people of a lot of our nonprofit partners. And so they may have recommendations. I don't think it hurts to cast a wide net. We might not get people who show up, or they might only do the survey. But I don't think we're asking you to do 10 different
Right, we usually
meetings.
do them as a group, and we call them a community partner. The key will be finding who it is that knows who to be invited, because we don't know.
So I think Priscilla Bogdanek, our school community engagement facilitator, who's our McKinney-Vento coordinator, might be the keeper of names, or Jeff Chang, our director of state and federal programs.
I think one group that I also had in community partners but isn't quite fit the mold of the others is is the city, right? Like, so we work with them on a lot of stuff. We have places like the View Teen Center, we have like Park Space, we have, Community Shuttle, a lot of things that we work together on. And, they have people in our staff housing coming up. So I think that would be useful to have some folks from there kind of interested in.
What we do, we generally ask if you want us to talk with, your city council representatives, Parks and Rec, for example, things like that. And we usually do them more as a separate group, different from the nonprofits.
Yeah, I think a separate group would.
And how about like the sheriff's department or any law enforcement?
Yeah, I was going to say the police chief and our SROs.
Okay.
Also another, not exactly partner, probably different group, but our high school district superintendent, board
Yes,
president.
yes, I'll put that up with that.
what was that? Here. Definitely, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
We usually ask if you'd like us to do your education foundation executive board separate. Okay. And then the open community forum, the one in English, again, generally we try to do it at one of your middle schools and then just ask everybody to come. Sometimes we find that people would even prefer to do it online. So, I mean, what is your preference?
I tend to think that we're going to get a lot of interest in this and that actually doing it, I think that maybe doing it in person in one of the auditoriums so that I know we've had very large Zooms. I think I personally, and I see what my colleagues think, I think Zoom works great when you can see people on one or two screens, but when you start getting into like 10 screens, I think it's less productive, but I am interested in what everybody thinks.
Yeah, any of these outreach efforts, if you can do them in person,
Okay.
I would highly recommend doing that.
Okay.
I know
Great.
sometimes logistics just doesn't work, but yeah,
but.
Well, and sometimes we do both.
Yeah, somebody said they-
You know, for example, I have to say, we have found that when we ask all certificated teachers, for example, we don't have a very good turnout in person, but when we do all certificated teachers on Zoom, we have a pretty nice turnout. So, you know, people I think are more willing once they're at home in their bunny slippers and have their kids fed. They're a little more eager to talk with us.
I think we want to make sure that we're getting enough people from the groups that we're interested in hearing from. And
Yes.
I think the more we limit it to like showing up on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. or something like that, the harder it's going to be for folks. Whereas Zoom gives a little more flexibility for that. So I think online options are useful.
As you're putting out the surveys that you talked about, could that be something that's part of the survey as what would work best for you and your group? That way, you're getting feedback through their surveys, but you're also getting information on whether or not in person or Zoom works for them.
Actually, I think you'll see when we do the timeline, the survey is at the same time as we do the stakeholder input, because we need to get that input so that we're able to do the position description and, you know.
You have the ability to do something like this where it's hybrid, where you have people in person, but those who cannot attend can chime in.
It would have to be your technology if we're doing it like at your middle school. If you can do it, that would work for us.
I don't think we have the capacity for that at our school sites, unfortunately. But I do hear, it sounds like we want a little bit of a mix when it's possible, because we know that there are different ways that families can participate.
Well, here's just, and again, I don't know if this is possible, but what if we were to do a community forum here in the boardroom where you have the technology?
I think that's feasible. I will say sometimes I've gotten feedback that people who are in person would prefer to just have people in person, and people who are online would prefer just to have people online, because if you're online, you can see people's faces and it changes. You can see them close up and you can interact more, and it changes the dynamic of that online group. And if you're in person, people can get frustrated with a lot of people commenting in separately when they have come in person. And so I don't know if I'm aligned on hybrid, but I do want opportunities for both, if that makes sense.
Another group, I think that's important, or groups of people. The school district shares, let's put it this way, the community relies on school open space for its recreation very heavily. So there are sports teams that should be included. Then you have this amorphous group of people who, you know, dog owners and people who use the school property as parks. How you contact them, I think it's a challenge, but that's a definite
Would you want to include
stakeholder.
Would you want to include like the sports teams or leagues in the community partners section, like as that part of that big outreach?
Yeah, we usually do. And I'm guessing your sports teams, do they use your space? So you probably have a vendor list. You have a list of.
It's AYSO, MVLA. It's going to be the little league and the softball. Dr. Westover will know from the city rents out the space. So we aren't the direct vendor, but. Okay.
Okay. As long as somebody can get us who it is that we need to contact.
Contact Stephanie Lum and Park and Rec.
I think we can, at staff, do some brainstorming about sort of who the people are. It seems to me that getting, this is a one city, when some communities, you may have 10 cities that that are part of the district. Thankfully, everybody here is in Mountain View. Not everybody in Mountain View is here, but so, getting like the city manager And, some of the council members, I think would be an important piece on this.
And on the just like users of our space piece, I wonder if there's a way to share the survey with like our neighborhood associations. Because I know that, one of the options on the survey is to check your community member, but have that be a way that we can solicit some, make sure that the survey is getting out to the broader community.
And that we need to have your help doing, right? So if you're, whoever it is that, needs to push it out. So when we meet with these stakeholder groups, we always mention the survey. So we tell them, please make sure that you have your other partners, the other constituents in your group take the survey, even if they couldn't be here for the input session. But anything that you can help with too of getting the survey publicized, if you have a local newsletter, newspaper that you could have.
So Shelley has a lot.
I was going to say,
information on that. She's sort of.
our public information officer has those. I will point out the neighborhood associations, it's mostly our more affluent communities who have neighborhood associations. They aren't actually cohesive across the city. And in many cases for the city, it's just one person who puts on the block party every year and applies for the city grant, right? So
Trying to give them more ways we can get the survey out.
and we do have that list. Yeah.
So Shelley will be in contact. Okay. Okay. Anything else before we move on to the next? Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is ask you to please get your calendars out so we can finalize the dates. And you were also sent the proposed timeline, but again, it was just proposed. So hopefully we'll see if we can make the dates work, what works for you. So we're looking at that online survey going out February 3rd through 15th. So we're going to need your principals to help us with that, to get it out on their parent square or whatever it is that they use to communicate with their parent communities. And also we'll be working with Nancy on getting on the district website as well as on the school websites. And maybe Shelley, you can help with making sure that survey is where it goes out to where it needs to be. So the recommendation that we have for you is that the AXA, which is the print edition publication, goes out February 10th and 24th, but it will also go on our Leadership Associates blast out after tonight's meeting, if that's okay with you. So it'll be advertised to those 1,500 subscribers that we have. We'd like to look at the dates of February 10th and 11th for the in-person stakeholder input sessions. And for the rest of that week, we might be able to also do some Zoom sessions. But if we could start by seeing if we could get as many in-person stakeholder group sessions and community forums on the 10th and the 11th, that would work well for us. Would that work for everybody else? We'll work with Nancy to be scheduling them and probably Shelley as well. Okay. So then the next thing that I want to look at is the closed session date for the application review. So you'll be given access to the portal ahead of time, and you'll be able to look at all of those applications. But we then will meet with you, and we're suggesting March 15th, if you can make it. That's a Saturday, because we're going to have to decide which of those candidates you want to bring back for interviews. And the number of candidates you bring back for interviews will determine how many days you need for the interviews. Is everyone available on the 15th? And what time would you like to meet on the 15th? It won't take us all day, probably 3 hours.
Morning, 9, 8, I'm, 9.
Up to you. What's best for all of you?
8:30 a.m. Split the difference with coffee.
Is that 8:30 is fine with me? Yes, if that works for you. And since it is on a Saturday, will you have the building open and everything will be taken care of? Okay. Then the next date we have to look at, and I want to talk to you about this because we had originally looked at March 22nd, but actually I would like you to look at March 29th. And that would be an all-day meeting where, at least all-day meeting for interviewing the candidates. And the reason I'm looking at March 29th instead of March 22nd is there's not a lot of turnaround time. There's only 1 week from when you select the person, the people that you want to see, till that next week. And that's a short turnaround time for us to contact them, and it's just short. So if you could make it on the 29th, that would be preferable for, at least for us. But if you can't, we'll try to make it work.
29th is actually better for me than the 22nd. So.
Trustee Lambert, 29th, wonderful, wonderful. Okay,
Can I bring an issue up?
please.
The districts that go first get the pick of the litter. A week is if I'm a candidate and I'm looking at this and you publish that if I make it the cut, I will hold that date, right? I will
Yes.
keep the 22nd. So the people who apply, won't they be available to interview on the 22nd, hoping that they get a chance to interview with this great board? So I'm just a little worried about waiting another week when I know that there are 3 or 4 or 5 districts in San Mateo and Santa Clara County who are also, will be wooing folks during this time.
Well, I can tell you that you are ahead of the curve from a lot of those same districts because they're just starting the process. So
You don't have to be first by much, but you should be first.
I would agree with Dr. Skelly, and if we could do it on the 22nd, I would like to do that.
okay, we'll try to make it happen.
I'm free on the 22nd.
I'm available on the 22nd as long as we can start at like 9. So I have 2 children, have to be at 2 different places.
Yeah, we can start at 9. We might go a little later. Okay, everybody's okay for the 22nd? All right. Okay, and then you know that you need to appoint at a regular meeting, not a special meeting. And so when is your most recent meeting after the 22nd?
I think it might be the April 3rd one.
You have a meeting April 3rd? Okay, so if we do our interviews on the 22nd and you select somebody, you could do it on April 3rd. I need to ask you a question about the 23rd of March. If you choose to interview a large number of candidates, you may need an extra half day. Are you available on the 23rd? Okay, I'm going to block that off then. And it might just be a half day, but again, it just depends on how many candidates you want to interview.
Okay. The other advantage now of the 22nd is that it gives you 10 days to formalize a contract and have some of those discussions and perhaps, do other sort of conversations that are needed before you can bring somebody to a board meeting and award them a contract.
Yeah, that's true. Because there will be negotiations, they will give us what we call their contract parameters worksheet. So you will know what their ask is, but it may not, be in alignment with what you're looking at for offering. So there'll be some back and forth on that.
I also think April 3rd would be kind of wonderful because then we go on spring break and everyone can truly relax, including staff and community members, and that would be.
Okay, do you have any questions for me? we'd like to have a copy of your current, or I don't know how you want to do it, but we'd like a copy of a recent superintendent's contract. Sometimes it's just good for us to know. So I'm assuming Nancy can get that to us. Okay. Any more questions? Any clarifying questions?
Will we need another closed session for the board between now and March, or are we kind of?
No,
set
I
for
don't
a while?
believe so.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we're good.
thank you.
Let's say we emerge from, I guess, the March 22nd meeting and we don't have a like consensus candidate that we all want. Like, what are our next steps there? I don't want to feel like we're kind of steamrolled into selecting someone.
Well, so consensus, do you mean unanimous or do you
just-
mean a vote?
We just can't decide at that point, right? We can't select on one.
I think we have to decide that if we hit that
It's
moment.
to know what our options are now ahead of.
Oh my.
Well, what we have done in the past, although I don't recommend it, is we go out again. So we advertise again. But if you're worried about being number 2, you would be about number 12 if you had to start advertising at that point.
Trustee DeFazio is our eternal optimist on the board.
Well, the other thing though, too, truthfully, I mean, many people who apply for a superintendent position don't want to come if it's not a, unanimous, so, I mean, it's really good to make sure that you are all, nobody wants to start with a 3-2.
And I think it's also important to like reassure the community that like we don't feel like we're under pressure to emerge from there with someone we're not confident in. I think
Oh, absolutely.
so.
Yeah.
We have options. We're not forced to continue, and so.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And we would just continue the search, right? We just re-advertise and do the same process over again. Any other questions? I'd say we're good to go. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it. And I hope I didn't take, oh, yes.
Just before you leave, I want to give the public an opportunity to ask.
Oh,
make any-
please. Thank you. Good idea.
Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one in person, I do see one person who wishes to speak online.
Hi, this is Rocky. I had two suggestions. One about getting input from the public. I wonder if you could specifically ask members of the various district committees, because they are a group of people who are very involved with the district and the work of the district. And say the budget advisory committee will probably work very closely with the superintendent. And they also have the ear of the public, and that's a really good group to have. In terms of the board liaison, I was hoping we could have one old board member, not old, but one board member who's been on the board for a while and a new board member, so that this new board member can sort of learn the ropes for the next time that we have to do this. It's just a suggestion. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those suggestions. And Shelley, will you have a contact for that group she recommended? Thank you.
You see another speaker, Ms. Liu?
Yes, hi, thank you. I agree with Rocky about including one of the 3 new members in this group, so they can have a chance to provide the input, because they are the one that the community added on recently to for this big change in the district. So it will be really nice to have them to be a part of this. As far as the district committee, I feel like that is also just like a selective small group, and I'm not sure how, like, I feel like a lot of them could be, like it just, I would like to just open up more than just that, like more, like for instance, like I'm on a site council, but I'm not part of the press, like the executive, like the president or the VP, but I would also like to I'm engaged and I would like to provide input. So if there is a chance where you have like community input gathering, and I think at Stevenson we have hybrid meetings with in person and online commenting. We've had it for many years now and it's completely fine, and actually it's really nice because it's allow people who attend in person can attend in person and allow people who maybe sometime they cannot be. So I think I'm on board with the hybrid version if that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. I don't see any more public comments.
Okay, I am going to have to go over there because I am going to ask you those 3 questions that are at the bottom of the initial meeting agenda. So I'll be there in just a second.
Just to clarify for the public, the role of the appointees is just coordination, the liaisons. It's not, we aren't giving input separately from the board in any way. It's just connecting to staff or logistics or to Shelley, poor Miss Hausman, or and then so it is not a decision-making body. It is not an input body, but President Lambert and I have probably a better understanding of the organizational chart right now, perhaps, and all of the emails in different contexts, if that makes sense.
I would agree. I just see my role as Dr. Horace. Thank you. So everybody knows how to Horace. Okay, Horace knows how to pronounce your name. I just see it as she needs to know who to contact when she needs to ask questions, when she needs to get information, and then it's my role and Trustee Conley's role basically to get that information for him and communicate with the staff and the public and things like that. So it's not very exciting work.
Yeah, I feel confident that we will have very thorough discussions as a whole board about everything. So.
One of the items we have on this agenda, we need to approve the contract. We have all reviewed the contract. We probably all have it in front of us. In summary is the district terms are, main terms is that the district will agree to pay the contractor $27,500, and that was be payable in 2 increments to Leadership Associates for helping us through this search process. Any of the trustees have any comments on this or questions? Any member of the public have any comments or questions about this contract? I have a motion to approve the agreement for consultant services with Leadership Associates.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
A motion by Trustee Reed and a second by Trustee Henry to approve the agreement for consultant services for Leadership Associates. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I think a lot of the attributes you saw in our school presentation earlier, the collaboration, the resilience, the respectfulness. So a lot of the things that the kids were talking about, I think should be exemplified in our next chosen leader.
I think a track record of leadership development, of being someone who's kind of a proven mentor, a good a good, just a good boss.
Yes, I think excellent character references would be nice to have.
I think something I really value is kind of working with the community and consensus building, kind of a track record for that, including like transparency and openness and,
Experience in a K-8.
I would like to see someone who is equity driven and is very comfortable using data as well. And working with, when we talk about leadership development, working with our team to really help guide data driven, but also quantitative and qualitative data for decision making. We are in a time now where, Mountain View is unique in that it's characterized as a community for all. That is kind of the city motto. And yet that's not what we're seeing across our country. So I'm looking for someone who is going to be a protector and an advocate and a champion for our students and our families, regardless of their background, regardless of their gender identity, regardless of their income, race, ethnicity, religion. And I want to close that achievement gap. I want to catch our kids up and even our playing field as much as possible, while also continuing to challenge our high learners. That's going to mean we have a unique district where we have a significant portion of our students are low income, and then a significant portion are quite affluent and have many, many opportunities. And we need somebody who can navigate and serve both groups and also bring us all together in community. And I think that's really special to be able to do that. I've seen some of I think our principals have to navigate that space quite often, but it's different at the district level to do that. But it is part of what makes our city and our school district unique and special.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost say the same, really say the same thing that Trustee Conley said, and maybe a different way. We're such a diverse community in all sorts of different ways, and no two schools is the same. They're all extremely, extremely different. And some of them, I think they all have great strengths in very different ways. The challenges in our district I see is to provide sort of the equity of education and opportunities for all of the students throughout our district. And it really, I'm not meaning that it's equal, it's that it is to build on the strengths that they currently have and add new ones. And I think we have a very, very challenging district. And it doesn't have to be like that. And I think there's opportunities for a lot of creative thinking, a lot of creative organization. I've been involved with the school district for almost 14 years, and we're still doing a lot of the things pretty much the same we did in 2012 when I joined. Yet Mountain View has grown tremendously. We've grown from a $40 million school district to almost $120 million school district. We've grown from a central office staff of literally 5 people, right, Kathy? To, almost 50. It's, but how that has served our community, I see it as sort of stagnant in a way. The growth in Mountain View has been just phenomenal, and it's projected maybe, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But that has caused a lot of stress to the schools, and especially land use of the schools. And the schools are run in California, separate from the cities that they are in. That creates a lot of its own problems. And it used to be that we could act independently, but with limited resources in terms of traffic, in terms of open space, in terms of financing, we can't do that anymore. We have to learn how to work together. And those systems, because the schools and the cities have been doing the same thing decade after decade, we haven't figured out how to do that yet. I think we need to come up with solutions, learn how to do that. And it's not just a superintendent, right? Who is going to do that, but it's starting the whole process of trying to make that work and to explore how that happens. And that's going to serve our community tremendously, because Devin Conley sort of focused on equity here, is that really part of the solution to helping our SED students is to give them more of the opportunities, access to opportunities that other students have. And the city can go a long way in helping that. So that collaboration, I see, is just absolutely fundamental to solving both our challenges and the city's challenges as well.
Thank you. I think the thing that brings up in my mind is somebody who's a good relationship builder, with the city, with our community partners, with the community. A specific thing, I would love to see someone who speaks Spanish, if possible, to be able to directly communicate with our the nearly 30% of our families. Not necessarily, just as I'm building the unicorn superintendent. I would also prefer to see someone who understands California and maybe even understands the Bay Area, because we're a quirky place in a lot of ways, and comes in with at least some understanding of what, not necessarily specifically Mountain View, but what California, California is different in a lot of ways, with education, with with funding, but also with things that might come up from the legislature of new expectations, but also just, the Bay Area itself having sometimes there can be an outside perception of what it means to live in Northern California. And so having kind of that, a little bit of knowledge before they come in.
So something I look for too in a superintendent, I was thinking about who I've worked with in the past. And I remember working with Craig Goldman for 4 years before. And it was a different experience. And how he seemed to approach things is that he was ready for the challenge. He didn't have the answers. He didn't have the solutions. But he interacted with the board by saying, hey, this is an idea I have. What do you think of it? How can we make this work? Okay. And I'm sure I can't speak for the staff, but that was just who he is. And I'm sure he sort of approached the school district like, hey, he doesn't have the solutions, but he's willing to try. He wants to get things to work and get the right people together, for the benefit of all the kids. So I guess what I'm saying, I'm looking for a problem solver and not somebody who has the solutions already, who basically wants to try to figure out, because the solutions don't exist out there. If we did, we'd have to close the equity gap, right? And I would love to be the first district, right, in California, to really make a significant dent. We saw the newspaper article today in the Mercury News, and it's about California, and it's not positive all over. I would like to just show us making great strides, and however that's done.
I think we're going to run out of time soon, probably. You want to move on. We've heard a lot about engagement and relationships. It's coalition building, right? And then also effective communication, because that, I think, is one of the great challenges, is we can over communicate all day long, but it's still challenging to bring everyone in. Ms. Hausman does an incredible job. We really work hard on it, but we also need our superintendent to have those skills. And, something that superintendents have to do that's very hard is they have to be decisive leaders at times. And then they also have to be able and willing to pivot when it's necessary. And I think something that I have run into in the past is like everything is showing you that it's time to pivot. You got to pivot. Don't wait 2 weeks too long. Make the pivot. And so that makes me lean towards a more experienced leader, but I don't know that that's not necessarily always the case. But someone who is decisive yet can pivot when they need to doesn't get trapped in, one solution, as President Lambert was pointing out.
I think just to, crystallize the previous speakers talked about being a good boss. And I think that modeling culturally within the district, like the openness to not having all the answers. I think something that when Dr. Skelly started, he told us that he was going to give us the bad news right away and not wait on it. And I think modeling that, and then also expecting that from your staff, and not wanting people to not feel like it's safe to flag issues and kind of bring things up to you. So I think opening that kind of psychological safety on the team, I think, is really, really important.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll find that person, no doubt. Okay, there are so many strengths in your district that I'm going to limit you again because of time. And I promised Dr. Skelly that we're going to do this in a compressed amount of time. So we're going to start compressing. What if each of you tell me your 3 top strengths? Strengths of the district. Why would someone want to come here? Yes.
This is very hard. I might start with 1 or 2 and then save my 3rd one for the end to see if something comes to mind as I hear others talking about. I think number 1, it's I'm going to start with our students. We have an incredibly vibrant, diverse, thriving, exciting, engaged student population that's just I've been a teacher in this district. It is a joy to work with the children and families in our community. And they really want to love someone. I was talking about when Principal Lambert was leaving earlier. I think superintendents don't always get a lot of love, but I think just it's a hard position. But I think there is so much that our community wants to give and engage with our school leader because they believe in our children and they believe in our district. And so I think that's a real strength. And then my second would be all of the teachers and staff, just, from bus drivers and food services all the way up to our directors and assistant superintendents. We just have amazing people here in our district who really care about our kids and are here for the right reasons, and they want to serve our students. And I think it would be a wonderful team for someone to work with.
Thank you.
Those are some really big ones. I feel like really on top of that, the students and the staff funding allows for a lot of flexibility and innovation. And there's definitely that here. And which brings us to the potential. There's a lot of potential for somebody to come in and really take a leadership role and do some really amazing things, and hopefully do the things that people are talking about, the closing the gap and bridging the communication with the community. There's just a lot of potential.
The first word that popped into my mind was the diversity. I know I'm repeating things, but both of our student population and our families, within our families, we have everything from people who literally grew up here and went to Graham, and people who are here maybe for a couple of years for a job, and people who have immigrated from other places. We have 48 languages spoken in the district. We have, and that that adds both to the joy in the classroom and our campus communities. You know, you think about the different types of family events that are hosted on the different communities. Uh, um, I think, you know, also echoing the, I think we have a strong creative staff on both the district office and on our campuses. And with risk of using my third now and regretting it, I think actually our campuses are really one of our strengths, because we have these really beautiful open spaces that are do connect us to the community, that are in the middle of our neighborhoods, that many of them are walkable. And I think it makes for an opportunity to really connect with our neighborhoods and our community and our cities, our city.
Thank you.
I'll stay brief and I'll kind of just shuffle mine around. So there's no particular order in these, but first I think like the district is, and Mountain View in particular, is very dynamic with like a huge amount of potential. Like I moved here to the Bay Area almost 20 years ago, and things are so much different now. I can't imagine how it was for people who lived here long before that, right? So I think that's one of like the really exciting parts about it, is things are going to look pretty different in the future too. Second, echoing folks saying, just the amazing engaged parents, kids, and staff. I think like we have a lot of great building blocks and components for like really thriving. And then finally, like our really diverse community, right? People come to the Bay Area and even Mountain View in specific from like all over the world. They come here to, I think, really live and experience the American and the Californian dream. So I think it's a really great place to be. So.
Thank you.
Real quick, because people have already said it. So diversity and in all different aspects in our community. I think you look at our demographics, it just matches California in general. So that's great.
Can you, can you let me sort of offer some thoughts here, just because she's going to have, Jackie, you're going to go out and talk about the district. I think a couple of things that I think are attractive about Mountain View is that you are going to pay your superintendent well. Right? I mean, you are. I mean, that if you want to get a good superintendent, you it's like anything else. You're going to have. It's a competitive, and the district, I think, has done that in the past, and I think they will for the right superintendent here. The second is that you have a strong collaborative board. Most people, that's going to be the first question: is what's the board like? People don't want to work for a board that you're fighting with every day, and you guys are building building on each other's comments, doing all the things that good boards do. I think you've got one city to serve. That's a super big advantage. You're not dealing with a whole bunch of different communities. That makes it a lot harder. Principals and DOs, and then you've also got a great combination of wealth and need. Right? There are a lot of communities that have the diversity you do, but they don't have the kind of ability to bring the resources to bear that you do. That's it. If you're trying to do the kind of work here, you need resources to put in there, and this community has that. And finally, this is the tech center of the universe, right? I mean, somebody wants this challenge, right?
Well, you took the words out right out of my mouth.
Sorry.
It just, I was going to say money, right? And we have the money to accomplish things. Have to put it in the right place. To me, being in the heart of Silicon Valley is, I mean, if I was coming from the outside, this would be really exciting, right? Part of that is having high expectations. I think being willing to innovate. And if I was coming in as a creative person, right, I would want to say, how can I leverage all of this cool stuff that is happening all over the place that the parents are doing every single day? How can I get this into my school district to solve the equity achievement gap, everything else? I mean, we just have to do it. I mean, who else has that opportunity?
Absolutely right.
I saved my last one, which is I think we have an incredibly supportive, broader community. And evidence of this is that our parcel tax passed with 75%, which is just unheard of. And that was during a difficult time in our district too. But our community really believes in public education and understands how important it is that we have a thriving public education system within our community. And I mean, that gives any superintendent a lot to build on if they build those relationships.
Okay, well, I told you you were a destination district. Now you've articulated it. And thank you, Dr. Skelly, because you did bring out a lot of good marketing points. Okay, the next thing is, what are the challenges that are going to be specific to your district that the new superintendent is going to be facing over the beginning years and possibly well after that?
You should limit us again.
Okay.
All right, 2 challenges each.
Yeah. Yeah, walk in where fools fear to tread here. Or angels fear to tread. Mountain View is growing, okay, and that presents all sort of really facilities challenges. There's been a slowdown, but if that picks up again, it's challenging in all different ways. In my opinion, one of the biggest challenges in our school district is that we have choice schools that operate pretty much like charter schools within our school district. And I'll leave it at that. It's an interesting phenomenon. They serve a product that parents want, but it does create challenges.
Thank you.
I think probably one of the major ones, which I think is going to be rebuilding. I think one of the things that we talked about in traits that we're looking for, right, is rebuilding trust and relationships with community, the city. I think it's an opportunity because, it is a fresh face and they are able to do that, but it's going to take work and they're going to want to focus on that. And then second, I would say, which I think Dr. Skelly also talked about as an asset, but it's a fairly new board, three new board members, like being able to help us learn this as well and work with us, but also, the challenges that are associated with that. So.
Great, thank you.
I would echo rebuilding trust, I think, with community, with staff at all levels. And then I think we talked about this in the positive of all the resources of this area, and but not getting overwhelmed by that and being able to really focus and make a plan to not, as wonderful as this place is, as the hub of Silicon Valley. It's also just a regular community and not get too caught up in the tech and the everything. And we're also just a regular school district with regular things and some really good things that we're doing, and keeping those things that we need to keep the flame alive on that have already started.
I think that one of our great attributes is that we're really diverse, but that also presents some challenges in how to accommodate for the very wide range of academic abilities, socioeconomic status. So that's something for potential candidates to have to consider is what's their experience with different types of communities, and do they have the experience with the breadth of range that we have?
Building off of what Trustee Reed said a little bit, the diversity of voices and backgrounds and experiences means that in an ideal world, a superintendent is hearing from all kinds of different voices in the community. And, there are community members who might be able to participate in a board meeting, and there are community members who might not be able to, but everyone's voice matters whether or not they're able to be in this one meeting, which is usually the most public interface that the superintendent has. So I think really finding ways to connect with the broader community and to make sure they have an understanding of and are working towards meeting the needs of all of our students is going to be a real challenge. But I think it's an exciting challenge. I don't think that's a bad thing. I have a little of a side because I think our choice schools do that a little bit, but we've been working. One of our choice schools is a dual immersion program, and it's very economically integrated. Many of our schools are somewhat economically segregated. But our Stevenson Choice School, they were here earlier. We have a district board in the past that has been working on trying to encourage some economic diversity in that choice program. And so we have a weighted lottery. So I think that ties into that point of like, how do you connect with and support all of these different students and needs in an equitable way? There's still work to do to move that population to be more representative of our district, but we've been working on it, which I think is unique. I don't think every district has weighted the lottery for their choice programs. And then I think another challenge is, it's going to be organizational culture. We have had a hard time this year. And I don't think we hide that football, right? Because we want to set someone up for success. And so there is a big lift of community building and trust building. But I think that again, that's a challenge that's also an exciting opportunity for a superintendent candidate, because I think there is a real openness to wanting a new direction, a hopeful direction.
Okay, anything else that you'd like to add? All right, if there isn't anything else that you would like to add, I think we're done for this evening. Thank you so much, and apologize for how much time we took. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for.
Thank you.
I'd say no apology needed. We're the ones that took the time, so thank you.
I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and we'll return at 8:10. We are returned from our 5-minute break. I'd like to move on, item 10, number B, resolution acknowledging Black History Month.
This is a resolution. This is a resolution that Megan Pullman put together for us. It's a chance for us to acknowledge, as I said before, the contributions of our Black citizens and the struggles that this country has had with its original sin. So we ask that you approve the resolution tonight, acknowledging Black History Month.
Do we have any questions from the board? Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Yes. So I sent in some questions ahead of time because I think this really ties into a lot of our work around equity. We just talked a lot about diversity in our community, and I want to make sure we don't lose sight of that given all of the change that we've been through recently. So I had asked about, the director of equity has moved, and I think is doing a great job. Is going to be the interim principal at Stevenson. But I want to make sure that all of those job responsibilities are still getting filled, including our anti-bias training. But I had a question. The equity committee, for example, hasn't met this year at all. Do we have an equity committee meeting planned? Because I think it would be a tragedy to have an entire committee disappear.
I don't think it's met. Ms. Pullman, I hate to ask her to continue to be expected to do the same kind of work that she had a full-time job at the district and now has a full-time job taking care of those students. I think she can do some of that work. I'm sort of leaving it up to her. I just because I frankly haven't had the knowledge to know what work has been going on that she's done. But, she has a full-time job there and something has to give. I can't. And then I've got other staff that are working full bore. So we're working through these issues, but it hasn't frankly been the priority during these past 3 months.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just the last 3 months. Like, it hasn't met all year, right? It hasn't met since the beginning of the school year. So I don't think this is, what I'm concerned about is that because we have moved the person who is in that position out and we have not had plans to then fill that position. What is the work that needs to get done and who is going to do it? And maybe it's about, it might get distributed in some way, but this is a time when equity programs are being attacked countrywide, and to have ours quietly disappear is very concerning to me.
I just like to say that we have 3 interim principals for the rest of this year. Asanto was prior to going to Castro. What role did she play? She was a coordinator for MTSS. Then we had Margaret Poor, who was at Therakoff, who was our EL coordinator. And now you got the director of equity. Some of those roles we have been able to spread out, but a lot of that work is getting done, but there are things that moving everybody around, you can only do that for so long. There are going to be things that haven't happened, and I would say that the work that Megan did last year or did in the past, she hasn't been able to do. Once Terry announced she was leaving in sort of December, that's really been her focus, is providing leadership at Stevenson, and we've wanted to make very sure that what happened on the ground at the school was taken care of before, you know, the train, whatever. I don't know what training Megan had planned for this year, but that's been the priority. And you know, so I think now we have to figure out, and this is going to be, the board needs to be aware of this challenge, is that you have an interim superintendent and Jeff here, and you know, then when do you, how much do you put in place in terms of staffing the district office in this spring, when you would like to give the new superintendent a chance to organize the district office in a way that he or she feels is right. So it's frankly, it's a challenge that the district faces right now, right? You know, you don't know how the superintendent wants to organize things. You hire a lot of people, you backfill, and then how do you do that in a way that doesn't constrict the next superintendent? I mean, for example, you know, we've got a plan for interviews for principals that Jeff, as interim superintendent, is going to make recommendations for you on principals. We strategically decided that, hey, we want to fill those positions quickly, but in a perfect world, you'd have a superintendent who'd be involved in that process, right? So it's a challenge, and there are pieces that, you know, are going to, you know, sort of any interim superintendent is sort of thinking about, okay, what do I leave for the next superintendent, and what do I fill now? And so, you know, I think, you know, in equity, some of the MTSS pieces, you want to sort of give a new person a chance to hire strategically for what their initiatives are in the conversation, frankly, that you have around, okay, what are our priorities for next year, meeting with that superintendent and then working through those pieces. So you know, I think it's a really good topic that you brought up. I don't have an easy answer for, you know, what we're doing right now on this.
Have any members of the public who wish to speak on this topic? Don't see any in person or online. I would like to waive the choral reading of the resolution. Do I have a motion to approve?
I will make a motion to approve, and I'll make some sorry, I thought you were asking for public comments earlier. I think there are a lot of people in our community who are very scared, and for good reason. And it's, you know, from our immigrant community to our LGBTQ plus community to our African American community. There are many people who are very scared right now. And I think if we're going to stay true to our values of being a district that champions equity, that champions a community for all, we are going to have to continue to prioritize equity. And it can't be just resolutions. We actually have to put in the work behind it and the time and the staff. And so I definitely understand that staff have had to move around, and there's been a lot going on. And I'm just very, very concerned that if these job responsibilities aren't codified somewhere and also, you know, distributed to different people to keep them alive until someone new comes on, if our equity committee just completely vanishes, when I think it's been an amazing community to participate in and to learn from and to give guidance and feedback to our district, we have not done our job for our students. and our community. And so I'd like the board to think long and hard about this, and I'd like to make sure that it is something that we're addressing with our superintendent that we hire for the upcoming year.
Yes, I was going to save this comment for immigration resolution next time, but I'll sort of make it now. I do think we're going through interesting times, but I understand where you're coming from hiring staff members to support equity programs. I would suggest going one step further, and the board and with the staff should be having discussions about how we can actually support our communities. I can't speak for the communities or the people whose lives are impacted by these decisions, and I'll let them speak for themselves. But I can just imagine that people are afraid will becoming more concerned about sending their children to school. Okay, so the response is to me, okay, how can we help these kids continue learning at home? If that's what the parents choose. Just as an example, you don't have to respond to it, but think of solutions, how we can keep supporting the education of our kids while all of this is going on. And, maybe we should be having a study session about that. Trying to come up with a staff concrete solutions, the community members who are directly impacted by this, and have them tell us what they need, what they would like us to do.
I mean, that was kind of what the equity committee was for.
Well,
right?
I'm just
Like
saying,
that. I mean, that's why.
Let's not schedule one in the future. Let's do a study session and bring it on table now.
I
Right?
know, but I think we need this ongoing, well, it's a discussion for another time, but I think there has to be more than just a study session.
I think
Well, the
also,
study session would be a preliminary to actually taking action. I mean, we need to decide what action to take first, right? I'm not saying it's the whole thing.
yes, and I think that having these conversations about committees and the meeting is that accountability piece to make sure that it continues beyond just the study session.
I would say I definitely echo the trustee Conley's concerns about, not wanting things like the equity committee to disappear, the work that it's kind of one of those flames I'm talking about, of not wanting to let that die. I don't know if that's a thing to bring about in, up in like future meeting dates of a future agenda item to specifically talk about or a study session, but of how we make sure that the things that were in place continue to move along, what might be new needed, considering current climate. But I think it's definitely not something that I want to let just fade off.
So I think that's a matter that we can discuss with Dr. Skeller or Dr. Bauer in the future, and see how we can address this. Okay.
I think that's right. I think that the committee work and the status of the committee is something that, I'm just not prepared to answer, but I think that Megan can, and, Jeff can get that to you, at least as a starting place for where you are right now.
Yeah. And we do have.
And I do know that there's been many conversations at the leadership team on various equity issues. It's not like there's nothing going on. It's just Megan is, full on to be a Stevenson. She wanted this opportunity. It was, what we were, this is a professional growth opportunity for her too. So, you can't sort of expect somebody to jump it. Well, anyway, we've said what I said. But anyway, I think Jeff can give you some more information at the February 13th board meeting.
I do, this has been a bit of a messy discussion, but so I'm going to allow Ms. Wong to make a public comment. Wong?
Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay. So I just want to speak to in terms of diversity and equity, which I think is very important. But in my opinion, I think our students who need help, they need help in the classroom. They need help after school with their homework. I don't think we need more people at the district office pulling reports and showing data on helping kids who need help, but we need actually more bodies on the ground, you know, helping the kids who need help. So I think, you know, one of the great things at Graham that has happened is the homework hub right after school. I think, you know, perhaps we can do more of that at the elementary level. I also think, you know, that again, for the schools or for the students that need additional help, having an additional teacher at the site would be extremely helpful. When affluent parents find that their kids need more help with educational support, they pay for tutors. An extra teacher at a site to help students, that's 40 hours a week of one-on-one or two-on-one tutoring that you can provide students with additional literary support, math support, right? That's where I think we can help folks who need the most, not more reports. So I think more teachers at the site and potentially more support after school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have, yeah, I'm gonna not allow the next public comments. I just saw one hand and before. We're not gonna keep doing this. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda item?
I made a motion. We just need a second.
Second.
Trustee Conley made a motion to approve the resolution acknowledging Black History Month, and Trustee Reed seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved unanimously. Move on to the next agenda item. Health and Wellness, Mental Health Continuum. And that will be presented by Ms. Jimbo.
Thank you. As I get set up, I'm going to invite the board to join me in a nice, deep cleansing breath as we transition topics. And in for 4 and hold. And exhale. Okay. Thank you for indulging me on that. So I am bringing before you the update primarily focused on mental health continuum. And seeing as you've had an opportunity to preview the slides, I'll be moving swiftly through them. And as always, we're aligned with our strategic plan, with our objectives listed there. And what I'm going to cover are a few nuts and bolts initially, and then I'll dive into the mental health continuum. So Coordinator White and I spend time each month at a school site respectively in support of various topics with our administrators. They're listed there. And we also host school counselors job alike group meetings twice monthly. That's an opportunity for them to learn from each other and with one another with regard to their profession as well as the processes within the district. Very excited to share that we are in the pilot phase of our SEL curriculum adoption. We are in the midst of pilot 1 all the way through February 14th, in which we're piloting second step. And pilot 2 begins right after midwinter break, February 24th, I believe, and runs until about April 4th. And that one, we are piloting Character Strong. And all of these details will be in a variety of forms of messaging over the next week. We've slated newsletter messaging as well as emails scheduled out for next week. Viewing of the curriculum will be available to the public March 13th and March 20th. There'll be 4 sessions in total. And again, that'll be in the information that comes out next week. As always, our Health and Wellness Committee is running. This year, we are in our triennial review year, so we're examining our policy as well as looking at how we're doing on our annual goals. We have 4 meetings set up over the next few months, and also under this umbrella is our work for applying for the Healthier Generation, Healthiest Schools Awards. So our school counselors and our principals are in the midst of gathering evidence for those applications. Our mental health continuum is a strand within the multi-tiered system of support. It has a brief explanation there. And our strand stretches from universal supports, which all students have access to. That includes SEL instruction, it includes drop-in spaces, it includes at the middle school level, advisory, which is looking at Ds and Fs and supporting kids through learning plans. All the way through intervention or targeted or selected interventions as well as intensive interventions. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here because this is what we're reflecting on our transition from our CHAC services over to our school counseling program. So let me explain this graph a bit. You'll see 2 sections on the graph. It's years 23-24 and then year 24-25. And what it demonstrates is our personnel that we've had in place. Now, we don't have an apples to apples comparison of FTE or full-time equivalent because when we partner with a community-based organization, they hire differently than we do as well. The positioning is a tad different. So when you look at the table, you see a total FTE column in each of the sections. And in this way, the apples to apples comparison that I could make is how many days in 1 week is there personnel on campus? And 5 days a week totals 1.0. Okay. So while again, that's the best apples to apples comparison I could make with respect to the differences in the positions. So when you see a number that's higher than 1, it essentially means it's not representative of people, it's representative of days. And so how many days need to be covered, which means it translates into more than 1 person. The other piece to this is in 23-24 with the CHAC personnel, even though you have a 0.8, the 0.8 might be covered by 2 people because with trainees or associates, they need certain numbers of hours. And what that equals out to is really they only need to be in that internship for 2 days a week. And so you might have multiple people at one school site to cover that amount of time. Okay, so as we see on paper, we see that the FTE increased at elementaries and decreased at middle schools. Okay, in the transition, what we also saw, so even though we saw this decrease, the program that we've developed with our school counselors is a wider range of supports from the universal to the intensive level. So at the middle school, as an example, programmatically, what we've seen is that there's a shift in our school counselors allocating their time and spending what I would describe as a higher number of direct and indirect services with students, so student-facing supports, and a decrease in non-school counseling tasks. So these are things that are a little more administrative in nature, sort of behind the desk type of activities. So in other words, we're seeing our middle school counselors out and engaged with students, and I'll explain a little bit more on what that looks like at the middle school in a couple of slides. Currently, we are backfilling at Crittenden. So we've seen that we've needed some more support there. So what that's turned into is that one of our elementary schools, Montaloma, is down to 4 days a week of counselor time, and the backfill is at Crittenden to provide them an extra day. We do remain vigilant to student needs that surface through all the referral sources, whether it's teacher referrals, parent requests, examination of data at cost meetings, or through emergent needs we're seeing as kids come up in crisis, we add them to that, to the supports as well. So here you see our school counselors qualification, program development, and our existing strategy to meet student needs on this slide. And I'd like to add one piece that we'll be celebrating next week, which is National School Counselor Week. And just wanted to take a moment to send a thank you to all of our school counselors who work tirelessly to support our students at every single one of our campuses. Our counseling intake process is the same process that our CHAC program counselors were using. This intake process provides our counselors with the background information that leads to a meaningful intervention recommendation and at an appropriate intervention level for the student's needs. So in looking at that, what do we see in summary? So we see that students are served across all 3 levels of MTSS, universal, selected, and targeted, in a very thoughtful way so that students' unique needs are addressed and their instructional time is maximized. New to the middle school this year, we have implemented calming spaces, which is essentially an entry level into wellness centers. So during breaks and lunch, it provides students increased access to universal supports within their school day, where a school counselor is in that space with them. There's alternate activities, so they don't have to be out in the big space. And if they needed to speak to the counselor is there. We do need to study and continue to study our examination or our data on student accessing these spaces. Some of the data is included in the slides in the appendix, so you do see the numbers of students that are accessing at the middle school, as well as the counseling interventions in combination with those emergency needs that come up, so crisis that we're seeing at the schools. So when we transitioned to the school counseling model, we did face some initial growing pains with the move to cost referrals. Improvements have been made over the time this school year, and we believe that despite this, the students' needs have been and are being met by the program and at each of the sites. We are again committed to a cycle of continuous improvement that includes identifying gaps in our system and counselor capacity. Another level of support that we have is in our partnership with the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services. This is called their School Link Services. And I want to explain a little bit because it does get a little bit confusing. So our partnership is with Santa Clara County Behavioral Health. Pacific Clinics serves that as part of the partnership. And Pacific Clinics program, one of their programs we access is called SLS or School Link Services. So there's like School Link Services in 2 places. And so at 5 of our schools are part of this, are beneficiaries of this. 3 of the schools have access to this SLS level of support, and that is Castro, Graham, and Therakoff. It is a higher level of support, more intensive therapeutic supports. Then all 5 of the schools that are in partnership, that's Castro, Crittenden, Graham, Strahl, and Therakoff, have PEI or prevention and early intervention. And that provides families with a level of wrap support, whether it's behavior supports or parent partnerships and even therapy, but it's much shorter term. Okay. We are so fortunate to have a wellness center on Castro's campus. It is invaluable to supporting our students there. We do have to begin developing our sustainability plan, which we've started because of grant funds end after this year. So in 26-27, we'll see the grant funds reduce, which means that we need to have a plan for that. And we are working on that, which we'll come back to you with. The middle schools are interested in wellness centers, and they've again started their calming centers. And so we're pursuing grant funding in an effort to build those wellness centers. It is a large investment. So even with a grant we would have to close the gap anywhere between $300,000 to $400,000. So next steps, we continue to our work in our health and wellness policy review, as well as really digging into our data to examine these gaps. So we will be examining data and conducting needs to services analysis, essentially a gap analysis for our middle schools. But as you can see, we do have the emergence of a robust continuum of serving students from that universal to the intensive level. So I would like to restate and reiterate that it is the health and wellness department and all of our schools remain committed to supporting our students holistically through meaningful and intentional mental health continuum at each of the sites through community partnerships, along with our continuous data monitoring and gap analysis. So with that, I will pass it back to, excuse me, President Lambert.
Oh, thank you very much. Do I have any questions from the board? Trustee Henry.
I know you mentioned that there's some information about the credentialing piece in the appendix, but could you talk a little bit about that? Like kind of the role, not the whole history of it, but the specific role of the, what's defined as a school counselor versus what CHAC was able to provide versus what we get from kind of outside organizations.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to reference two spaces in the slides. One was the table I showed you of the personnel comparisons. So when we talk about CHAC, CHAC employed trainees. Trainees are entry-level clinicians. They are in their first year of essentially field work on their way to a license. They also had associate level clinicians, which associates are that next step up from trainees. So trainees generally have somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, 700 hours under their belt once they're in that up to the associates, and then associates have to do over 1,000 hours more. And then they're ready for licensure. So there's 3 levels as a licensed clinician. So those are folks who are licensed through the Board of Behavioral Sciences, the Psychology Board, and they're trained differently. And in the appendix, it does go, I did put some detail into what the difference is between like a marriage and family therapist or a licensed clinician social worker, or even a LPCC, a licensed professional clinical counselor. They all have different trainings and different focus of their license. A school counselor who is licensed or credentialed through the state of California, they have a pupil personnel services credential. And entry level for a PPS would be something similar to the field worker trainee of the licensed clinician. And they need, I think somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,000 hours. I can't remember the exact number. And then when they're intern ready, they could come to work for a school district as an intern and then be fully credentialed after that. So it just depends on where they are in their training process. The focus of a PPS school counselor, they do get training in counseling, but they also get training in this wide range of supports for students at schools. It is not in a clinical therapy training setting or psychotherapy background. That's the difference between the CHAC supports that we had in terms of psychotherapy, and then school counseling is what we have now. When we refer out to Pacific Clinics has something similar as to CHAC, where they have associates. They tend to have associates or licensed personnel. The other partnership we have with Santa Clara County Office of Ed with our wellness center on Castro's campus, that social worker in the wellness center is an associate level. They're not quite licensed yet.
Trustee Conley.
I wanted to say thank you for the appendix. That was extremely helpful to look through, and thank you for the thorough answers to the questions that I had submitted ahead of time. I'm curious about with the SEL curriculum. I'm excited to see that the pilots are going on. I know there's a lot of community interest from parents in what the curriculum will entail. And so, and I know there are parents on the committee as well who are reviewing the curriculum. Will there be sort of like a public, an opportunity for the public to view components of the curriculum, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, so March 13th, there's a session at 12:30 to 1:30, another session at 3:30. March 20th, same hours, 12:30 and then 3:30 for an hour, where not only will they be able to see scope and sequence, they'll actually experience a lesson at that time in those sessions. If someone's not able to come to those sessions, if it's just not a good time of the day, they can always email me. This will be also in the messaging that goes out, and I can set up a separate meeting for them.
And then my understanding is that at the Graham Cafecito recently, some of the feedback from our Spanish-speaking families was very, very real concerns for the mental health of their children, kind of giving everything that's going on right now. Are we offering any additional mental health supports, or I don't know if that's something that falls under your bailiwick or not, but I know that that was feedback that came directly from our Spanish-speaking community there.
So not knowing the details of the concern, the calming centers that we've set up at both of the schools can accommodate those needs. It's what I would describe as that's probably the best first place for students to go, because it's the place where our counselors can then see and meet and say, okay, let me attach to you and we'll talk about a referral. Our school counselors can handle that at that level where the students' needs they can manage, they can learn skills, they can employ those skills out in the classrooms. If there's something more like higher level psychiatric or medically necessary, that would definitely, we'd have to work with the family on that's really not in our purview. We'd have to refer out for that.
Yeah, I think this was more in light of being worried about ICE and immigration and their children really being directly impacted. I mean, our middle schoolers have cell phones, or their friends do, and they read the news, and
yeah,
it's very, very scary for them.
I'll note it and I'll bring it to our counselors to see what they.
Thank you. And then, I mean, you might not be able to answer this question, but when I look at these numbers and you talk about kind of assessing our middle school programming, I would love to be able to give the middle schools the support. Well, okay, I'm going to assume they have the support they need, but I would like to give them more, because I think it would serve our students to kind of catch up to where we were when CHAC was on campus. The levels now do not meet the coverage that we had with CHAC. And also the wellness centers. I think wellness centers would be amazing at middle school. Do you have a ballpark of any costs on that, or can we have more information about that at a future meeting? When will that come back?
Well, so what I can point you to is in the appendix, there is a fiscal comparison page where I took the middle of our pay scale for counselors. Forgive me, I forget what. Slide 52.
Yep.
Where you can get an idea of what the middle of our pay scale would be for our counselors, and or if, whatever happens down the road, you can see what the private sector looks like, what the going rate is in the Bay Area.
So we can calculate out from that.
Yeah.
And are we starting, I know we're still kind of working on how to bill Medi-Cal directly ourselves and private providers. How is that progressing?
Yeah, so I didn't mention that's in one of our other slides. We're still in the infrastructure building of that. So we're in the midst of examining electronic health records. We're submitting all the required paperwork up to the Department of Healthcare Services, as well as the third-party administrator, Caroline. So there's a lot of back-end signatures and approvals and things that need to happen before we can even start kind of networking with those outside agencies. So we're in the midst of doing all of that work right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm wondering if we've reached out to the El Camino Healthcare District. I know that they also offer some funding for socio-emotional support and some grants. And maybe if we look towards a partnership, they can help fill what CHAC was doing.
So they did have a grant open a couple of years ago. I do check back. I'm always on the hunt for grants, and that they haven't reopened any of the local grants for wellness centers. I don't know if it's going to come back around because it's always attached to public monies. So grants that come down from the state. But thank you. I've noted it.
Any other questions? Okay. Dr. Snow?
Just, first of all, I want to thank Karen and Brian for their work. We've been having some really good conversations at the leadership team meeting on this subject and our students' mental health. And it's a complicated piece. There's the sort of social emotional curriculum, and then there's the demands on the time at the elementary school and struggling with where to put these kinds of things is, just to inform the board where some of the tensions are on this work. The other conversation that both parties and others are involved in that came up at the leadership team, which is really related to this, is our data around suspensions and discipline. And we had a really robust conversation, I thought Brian led on Tuesday, around sort of where do we go with discipline and how do suspensions play in this, and where is the social emotional health of kids involved there? So I thought of you and sort of the board policy kinds of conversations that you had here. So I think there was a lot of learning and reflecting and good practices there that reflected a focus on students' mental health and sort of learning emotional growth in ways that, being in education for a long time, 25, 30 years ago, when students did something, you didn't think about it. You just had a matrix and, okay, you did this is a consequence, not where you are in life or what else is going on. So I think there's a lot of good conversations going on and growth that sort of can be captured in a PowerPoint, but sometimes it can't really be done that way.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in this item? Don't see anyone in person. I see 2 hands raised. Actually, I see 4 hands raised online. Are there any more speakers online? Okay, I'll close the online then, and I'll start with private.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I absolutely disagree that we are providing the services necessary for our students. As a parent of a middle schooler, we have, I've noticed that we have taken away the clinician level, therapy level counselors that we used to have at Graham. And that is absolutely disturbing. And now I hear we're applying for awards in this area. We're asking our principals to fill out applications for awards. I really think we need to allow our principals to focus on education. I also believe that these awards do not help our students. I think that we should be focused back on education, back on actually providing the services that directly affect and help our students. And stop making our principals spend their time trying to apply for and collect ribbons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Actor. Next speaker is Ms. Kaushik.
Hi, thank you. You can just call me Rocky. My last name is difficult. I just want to thank Director Jimbo and Brian White. I think they're doing an amazing job in our district. I would love, just like we get academic reports from the school for our kids, and Director Dagar would present what the academic perform. I would love to see what our districts or school-wide for each school, what the top mental health issues are, because I think it's important as a community to know what is going on, what are the big issues, and then how that feeds into what the priorities are for Ms. Jimbo and her team. Because I think right now we're operating in a vacuum. Yes, they're getting mental health care at whatever level it is. It's not the same that it used to be, but I would really love to know what the big issues are and how that feeds into priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Ms. Wong.
Hi, this is Young. Thank you so much. I do agree with Nancy about yeah, let's stop applying for awards and collect ribbon and actually really do help the students. And I do notice that same thing, Graham, regarding the lack of mental health support there. And now not only our regular council have to then help the students, that takes away from them providing the academic support for these students. And then I wanted to ask about the SEL curriculum, because a lot of the school already, well, not like this Project Cornerstone. At Stevenson, we have Impact, which is a very like an in-house program that we've done that kind of align with our, our school. And I had a feel like all of our schools as unique. And so this curriculum, does it, reflect the uniqueness of each of the school? Also, who's teaching this curriculum? Are you then adding more tasks onto the teachers and now adding something in addition to them having to learn a new area curriculum, now asking them to now learn a new SEL curriculum and and just doing this stuff. So I apologize if that have already provided somewhere. If you can help guide me to that, I would like to get an answer to that, because I wanted to see how much of like the time constraint it's going to put on our teachers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Ms. Wong dropped off the line. So that will close the public comment. Do we have any comments from the board? Trustee Conley?
I would just like to, if there are any ways that we as a board can support expanding wellness centers to the middle school and figuring out long-term funding for the wellness center at Castro, I think that's something we should definitely do. And then I would like to expand the access to the counselor opportunities for middle school students, just because we haven't matched the check FTE. And there's a lot of kids there, and middle school is a tough time. There's a lot going on. And we know that, again, that Graham Cafecito, but our children are facing new challenges every day that we haven't grappled with before in the same way. And so anything that we can do to, I just encourage the board to support that. And then I believe that, Trustee Chang and I for a long time have advocated for a social emotional learning curriculum district-wide. It's not about trying to ask our teachers to do one more thing. It's about giving our teachers the tools and support that they need to build stronger relationships with our children and help our children feel understood and seen and connect with each other and with their teacher and the other adults in our school. I don't think it's designed to take away things that schools have already been doing that they've worked on for a long time, but I think it's going to be very impactful in a positive way on our classrooms.
Trustee Henry?
I'd say I think the things that I'm seeing on the next step slides are those things that I want to keep hearing about. So I do look forward to continuing to get updates about what information, the particularly with the the data and the needs analysis on with the middle schools and the wellness centers. And I'll say I think this is something that particularly is something that I very much think we need to prioritize making sure we have when we're thinking about kind of spending decisions and what we can do as next steps.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I'll stay brief because I'm going to be joining the Health and Wellness Committee, and they'll hear plenty from me a bunch. So, but I really want to echo that I would really like to see how we can make sure that the wellness centers are maintained and expanded as we can. And also, I'm glad to see that we're doing like the previews of the SEL curriculum with community members, so people can get familiar with it, kind of understand what it is all about. And I think that's going to be really helpful for people to, get excited about it.
I'm looking forward to feedback on the pilots. I feel that getting info from staff on what's working, what's not working, and even being open to, hey, these two programs that we chose aren't quite a fit for us. So what else is out there? So I feel that having multiple pilots is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. I will close this item and we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is a discussion of out-of-town travel and conference workshop policy. Dr. Westover will start us off here.
Hi, my name is Patty Love. I am the co-chair for the Budget Advisory Committee. Apologize, I had to run out of the room. I was there earlier. But committee member Vivek Sharma is there. Vivek, did you want to introduce yourself as well?
Sure. My name is Vivek. I have twin girls in middle school, and I thank the district for this opportunity to be in this committee. I think we just about found a footing, what we want to do, and we did the travel policy is the first thing we took up. We take this very seriously, and we look forward to working on it as a committee. Patty is leading us really well. Rebecca is helping out a lot. We've seen Mr. Lambert here, Dr. Skelly here, I know a few of the board members. We hope to be working together. Thanks.
So we're really excited because this is our first deliverable as the Budget Advisory Committee. The first order of business that we did as a committee was to define our purpose, which is to ensure that the district's financial decisions align with the strategic plan, and we deliver these recommendations to the superintendent. So today, what we are doing is delivering a recommendation to accept this new travel policy. We have worked with the district office to understand the historical context. We reviewed the draft as individuals, and then as a committee, we discussed various questions and concerns, made changes to the draft, and finally came to a consensus on recommending the current draft. The basis of our recommendation comes in three parts. First, and most importantly, we believe this policy aligns with district goals, which is that this policy supports professional development of our educators and our administrators. Our students benefit from this directly through the adoption of best practices in education, as well as the retention of top talent in the district. Secondly, we feel this policy supports transparency and accountability. It's consistent with the approval procedures that were practiced by district staff and administration. What's different is that it now includes travel expenses for the superintendent to be reviewed at the board level and therefore at the public in the public eye. So we feel good about the fact that the policy is consistent with previous practice and now includes superintendent and board travel as well. Finally, our basis of recommendation is in cost efficiency. It's a short document, it's 3 pages, and we designed it in a way that we hope to strike a balance between providing ability to understand our potential areas for cost savings, while also being practical and enforceable. So as with all policies and procedures, we do encourage the periodic review of this policy to reflect any changing needs of the district. But we feel confident that this is a policy that will support the district needs currently. And we look forward to continuing to work with the district and with the public to ensure that our budget and financial decisions are consistent with our district goals.
Thank you.
The Budget Advisory Committee has been a great group to work with. I think there's a wide variety of expertise on the committee. So we have a CPA with public experience, we have private industry. So we get a good different approaches to looking at the districts, specifically for the travel policy. So it was interesting to hear the different policies coming from different areas. From the business side of things, it was also helpful to have a CPA who could look at things from also an auditor's perspective. But if there's specific questions on the policy, we're happy to answer them.
Trustee Conlon?
Yes, I want to thank the BAC and Dr. Westover, and I think Ms. Pongo maybe as well, and Dr. Skelly for all of this work. This is fantastic. When I was reading this, it read to me like an internal district policy, and I'm interested in having a board policy and administrative regulation. Is that something that you all have considered or dived into, or?
That's something we discussed, that we can have a board policy, and this can be more of an AR. So we can have the board policy, the AR, and then even below the AR, we actually have a travel form created already. So this was kind of our starting point of, is this a good place for us to go?
I mean, I'm very pleased with everything that's in here. But I think, well, I don't know if you have a read on this, but I worry that if it doesn't become a board policy and it's just something administrative, then it could get changed administratively, and it might not be that the board or the public understands in the same way. So if it's possible, I know there's a travel CSBA sample policy 3350 on travel. It might not be an exact mirror, but the AR that pairs with that is really similar to some of this too. So I'm very interested in that.
Trustee Henry?
I was wondering, procedurally, kind of what your hope expectation is with this. I know there was a note in the cover sheet about making adjustments after the FCMAT audit. Whether you're kind of wanting us to maybe approve this at the next meeting, or if this is more of a introduction, you'll get further feedback, longer term thing. This also relates to maybe how detailed my comments might be.
Sure. So the FCMAC audit is next week, so it's coming. I think after this meeting, my job would be to take this back and fashion it into an AR using the School Boards Association 3350, and then because this is more detailed. So I think we went more detailed, and putting in a board policy that overlays on top of this is fairly simple. And to answer your question, Trustee Henry, is when it would come back after FCMAC provides their report, and if they have any guidance on additional items to add. Or actually, as I say this out loud, depending on how long it takes FCMAC for the report to come out, we can always approve a BP and AR and then adjust afterwards. That might actually work better.
DeFazio?
This is just kind of a small thing, but mentioned the need to revisit it regularly because things change. Do you have a recommendation for how often we should bring it back?
Yeah, I would imagine because CSBA updates their policies fairly regularly, so I think each time CSBA updates their policy, that would be a cue for us to go back and revisit it.
Trustee Conley, did you have anything? Yep. I have no questions. I just have comments. Okay, I will take public comments now. See nobody in person. I see 2 people online. I'll pause a few seconds to allow anybody else to get on. I see 3 people. Ms. Actor, Ms. Liu, Ms. Wong. Okay, anyone else? Yeah, I'll close the online and let me just double check. Excuse me? Okay, Ms. Actor?
President Lambert, Ms. Love, would you like to drop off screen for the public comments? Thank you.
Hi, okay. Well, this is a great start. Patty, Vivek, the BAC team, thank you so much for your dedication to this. Thanks also to Dr. Skelly and others who've worked to allow for video coverage and recording of the meetings. Dr. Skelly, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but thanks so much for all you've done for the school district. Okay, we have had a credit card policy in place whereby a $5,000 limit was supposed to be imposed. And then we somehow had a credit card program administrator who allowed the superintendent to supersede that. We also promised the civil grand jury back in 2009 that both the board president and chief financial officer would review the superintendent's expenses, and clearly that didn't happen. We had an expense plan that apparently required a written attestation for missing receipts in order to justify credit card charges, yet we had Dr. Rudolph signing attestations on his last day in November for a credit card charge way back in May. My point here is that we can spend all day and all night forming committees and creating processes, but if the people responsible for upholding the policies fail, where is the accountability and what is the point? So I do think it's critical that we get some, board policies and ARs in place, but I also want to make sure that there is accountability. We had missing dates and signatures on expense paperwork. So ideally with this new policy, there would be something stating that any expense on an incomplete request without a signature or date would be required before it would be approved. This is super basic, but it hasn't happened. Okay, let's see. Currently, no board approval is necessary, I think, under this new policy for district travel within California for district employees. I think it's important the public understands where the expenses are going in terms of travel, even when it's in California. So I'm wondering if we can have expenses that cost above some certain threshold, say $500 or $750, come before the board. Also, I understand that professional development is important, but I think we should have a reasonable limit on the number of conferences any single employee attends in a fiscal year. Also, would be nice for the public to be able to see this. Expense exceptions should be rare, not the norm. I'd also like to see no luxury or 5-star hotels. And just keep in mind, please, with Ed Code that only actual and necessary expenses should be reimbursed. Actual and necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Hi, I'm looking at the agenda and I was just trying to understand. I noticed that it's a pre-approval. Well, I guess I just wanted, under the key feature of the policy, superintendent trustee travel require board approval. I just want to double check. Does it mean board approval after the fact, after the travel, or it need to be pre-approved? And I would like to make the recommendation that if it doesn't have a pre-approval or pre-approval wording, then that should be added. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Wong.
Okay, so I agree with Trustee Conley that we should absolutely have these policies, in our board policy as well as administrative policies. Echoing Ms. Actor, of the additional limits on some of the auto approval processes. I think limiting the number of conferences employees can attend typically in corporate, right? That's maybe 1 or 2 a year. Putting a limit on a dollar amount on how much total you can be reimbursed for. I think also most critically, again, is our policies have to have consequences. And if we can put in some kind of, hey, if you deviate from this process, the first time, maybe it's a warning. The second time, maybe it's, or third time, maybe it's termination, right? But we need some real consequences here because, again, we had policies for travel and reimbursement, and some of those were completely broken and not enforced. So, again, we can put as many policies as we want in place, but let's talk about consequences and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any comments from the board? I mean, I will jump in and make one. I am the board representative for this board oversight committee, and it is very impressive how engaged the community members are in this process and how much work they put in to gathering information and then putting it together in a way that makes sense. It looks pretty succinct and narrow, but so much work went into this. I think it really demonstrates how community committees can really help the school district. And we've given clear goals and objectives. So this worked out really, really well. I'm very glad we initiated this. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think just to echo that, I think I really appreciate how thoughtfully this was assembled and put together, like balancing, professional development for our staff, like making sure people are going to conferences and doing things that are important for their jobs, but also still, we are on the public dime, making sure we're being frugal with it. So things like standard coach economy, standard rentals being a small size car, clean, safe standard hotels with non-premium. I think all those things are really good for showing that we care about this. And then I think primarily there's also compliance and reporting in there as well for disciplinary action for failure to file these things. I think we have a lot of the building blocks of a good policy that we'll put together. And so I just really want to appreciate the committee's work in assembling this for us and getting us on a better footing here.
Trustee Henry?
I'll echo the thanks to the committee. I got my popcorn out and watched the committee meeting so I could hear the conversation and really appreciate that. I also I know that there have been processes in place for everyone that has been followed. The answer in advance that process before has been more just an email to get approval. So I like the idea of a form. I know you'll do this, but making sure we get some good feedback from the people who will be filling out that form to make sure it doesn't add any burden. I think if most of our employees have been following procedures to make sure that what we do doesn't add any new burden to them is important to me. I would say, I think in the next iteration, I like the idea of this being structured as a board policy and AR that can live on the website, can live in the future to be potentially updated, but not just kind of in a manual. I do think in the next iteration of this, there are some places maybe to tighten up a few things maybe that are repeated or some sentence fragments. I know there was some conversation in that committee meeting about the ride sharing piece. And just one random thing that kind of popped out at me is that the most economical category on ride sharing sometimes actually is like the shared piece, or make sure that that really, and also even I think about at the CSBA conference, I think it ended up being more economical for us to get this like the next higher up, a larger car that we all fit in, that we're all staying at the same hotel versus 2 cars. Just as an example, it's not creating a rule that then causes a barrier. So those are just some of my, and then the personal automobile transportation one, a little bit of a conflict in the first sentence and the last sentence about kind of the option, where the option to start at home or residence, kind of just clarifying that. I'll stop there and let everybody else give comments.
Any further comments, Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I just had one more, which came to mind while Trustee Henry was talking. I do really like the kind of escalating requirement in the reporting chain based on how far the travel is. I think that kind of does a nice balance of, not bogging down people with too much process while still balancing kind of like local travel, your manager, et cetera. So I really appreciate that.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said tonight. And I would also really encourage that this come back to us at our next board meeting, even on consent, if it's too full, because I want to get this passed. I feel like the prior board and this board as well have been working so hard to review our internal and external controls, to update any, public disclosures that we can make, transparency, having the credit cards appear, for example, in our consent agenda from now on. And your staff, I mean, Dr. Westover, you all have done so much with Dr. Skelly at the helm. And there's if you haven't watched it, in December, Dr. Skelly gave an update on all the actions taken by December 19th. And there's just more that's continued since then. So I would really like to get this done and have this in place. And then, I anticipate FCMAT is going to have recommendations for us in different areas. And then we should update and adopt those recommendations. This has got to be flexible and responsive, but I would rather get something in place now than wait, if possible.
Yeah, this is an action item tonight. So are you suggesting it come back to postpone that till the next?
This is a discussion item.
Oh, it is a discussion item, yeah. So are you going to bring it back then, an action item in the future?
Yes, we'll bring it back as a BP and an AR, 2 separate items.
And the good thing about that is it also provides the public an opportunity to send in written comments and think about it a little bit.
But I want to be clear, your original idea was to wait until after the FCMAT review to bring it back. Somebody said, bring it back next meeting. We may not have a FCMAT report until after that. So do you want to see it?
It could be months before we have a FCMAT report.
So all right, but that's fine. But do you want to, I want to make sure that Rebecca and the committee know what you're expecting. So you want this back on consent for the next meeting? With a BP and AR?
Is there bandwidth for that?
Yes, because the BP this is basically an AR. It's not going to need very much work at all. And the BP could be boilerplate CSBA to start, but with whatever modifications related to this are needed. So I hope it's not too much of a lift to do it by then. But because FCMAT, they're already kind of behind. Well,
And
they're
I
busy.
don't know if you have another a budget advisory committee between now and the 13th.
But we do not. So this would be me fashioning it into a BP and AR.
That would be you.
It'd be me, not the committee. So the board policy from CSBA is pretty broad. So I think agreeing with Devin that board policy could probably be pretty much adopted as is. And then changing this travel policy into just an AR.
Okay, all right. So do you want this on consent or do you want this on action? Why don't we put it on consent, and then if you need to pull it, you can pull it. Okay. All right. I just want to be clear that staff knows what we're doing.
Okay, any further comments? Thank you very much. Okay, next item is an action item, MOU one-time payment. Dr. Skelly?
Yeah, hopefully this is important, and we want to get it done so we can start processing these payments. $1,000 is not that much, but we're also, sort of a message of appreciation mid-year. This is not something that the board had to do. There was no opener on salary or anything like that, but I think this is a reflection of sort of the board's commitment to treating its employees well, and staff is pleased to bring this forward for your approval tonight.
Any questions from the board?
I just have one.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, just one. So I think one of the primary rationales for this, right, is that retirement benefits for newer employees have been kind of reduced over time. Is this something that we as a board should have a bigger discussion around about, like, the retirement benefits for our employees and what that looks like and how it's administered?
I think we can provide something in your weekly, but basically what happened was folks who were hired in the district before 2012 have one set of retirement benefits, and then others who are hired after that have considerably less. And so this really it encourages those newer employees to start thinking about, and when you're in January is a good month to start thinking about that as you sort of plan. So.
Yeah, more I think the questions around just like, is it important for us to, as a board, have a broader conversation?
It's a negotiation.
Okay.
It's a union negotiation item.
Okay, fair enough.
But I believe if you look at like fire, police, this happened in many other, at that time, if I'm right, there was like a state law change that affected the pension
Oh, yes,
system.
sorry.
So it wasn't a board
Oh,
decision.
no. My question's not around the decision for how that is. It's
No.
more of how we administer the actual program.
Yeah, that is a negotiation topic, I believe.
Why don't you, I think go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, just more how we administer like our retirement benefits for our staff, right? Like the program itself, not like what the contributions are necessarily or those things. Is that something we would want to agendize later? Is it like worth us discussing?
I think, this is something to think about for the board, but having a discussion about, what kind of compensation you do, it's often tied to your point with negotiations, but, what are some of the things that you could do sort of on benefits or some other way that would be, that would make working here more attractive than other places? And, so just as I'm leaving, I'll just say a couple. I think, something around supporting folks with, who have student loans. I think that's a big issue, particularly for getting staff, diverse staff, because often those are first-gen folks. Another is there's some things you can do to incent people to sign up for a flexible spending account or something like that, or signing bonuses or things like that that say, this district is doing things. I mean, the housing is huge, but you want to just be able to, Tara and others now, Swati, go to conferences and, sit around a table, and there's 30 school districts there and teachers wandering around, and they need to decide where they want to go. When you've got a menu of support around those 4 or 5 things, That's really attractive.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, we'll take public comment now. Any members of the public wishing to speak? I see none in person. Right now, I see one online. Wait a minute. Anyone else wish to participate online? Not seeing any. I'll close any requests from any new public speakers. So, Ms. Actor.
Thank you. I'll try to tread carefully here. Back in April, we had a very serious concern about the schedule change at Graham and whether or not it was linked to raises and financial incentives. I bring that back only because there was a lot of discussion and concern among the parent community at that point about the Me Too culture, specifically at the district office, with persons there getting raises that aligned with the unions that they were supposedly negotiating against. So my concern specifically with the $1,000 bonus is not, I do think our teachers and staff work extremely hard. I would just ask you guys to please narrowly tailor this. If the goal is to help people who came on board after 2012 or 2016, please focus on that group to help them with their, retirement or whatever it is. Also, I would say, for persons over a certain multi-$100,000 threshold, this bonus of $1,000 could probably be set aside in lieu of focusing that money back on education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Trustee Skelly?
No, go ahead. Do you have other speakers?
Superintendent.
Do you have other speakers? Why don't you hear from them?
I was just going to make a motion. I was going to make a motion to approve it, but
No, but I want to just respond to that. Myself and the members of the cabinet, I guess you're called chiefs here, have separate contracts that are approved by the board. And if you modify those contracts, those must be done in a public meeting. So this $1,000 is not a Me Too. The folks here don't get that $1,000. So, and just to be clear, that's anytime you change anything that you give to somebody who has an individual contract, you must do it, no matter how big or small. It has to be done at a regular meeting. So that won't affect us. Us, yeah, I guess I'm us, sort of us. No, I am us because it's the 30th. So
It's 9:30.
yes.
Okay, Trustee Conley, you wish to?
I make a motion to approve the MOU for the one-time payment as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Trustee Conley and a second from Trustee DeFazio that the MOU one-time payment be approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item is a discussion item, Board Policy Review Committee.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit. I think it would be helpful. We've gotten another set of policies, by the way, that we'll have to start spreading out to you now. But I think it would be great. You have a couple that you talked about last time. I think this travel policy could fit in there. But having a couple board members who would work on policies before they end up here and after staff have done some first work on would be really helpful and would help us move things through and make the discussion a lot easier when it got here. So if you could nominate 2 people to work with Nancy on this and then with staff, that would be great.
Okay, do I have any volunteers for this committee? I see Trustee DeFazio and Trustee Henry. That's great.
That was easy.
Okay.
I see we called it a
say,
discussion.
Say,
Action, but
Can I make a motion?
It's, it's
Actually,
on here for discussion, but
Yeah, I guess just as a question, this would be a Brown Act committee, right? The standing
Yeah.
committee.
but it would be meetings that, would be as needed. We won't have a schedule. We'll sort of,
We'd have to post it though.
yeah, we will. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But we won't televise it, I don't think. Because you're going to bring everything back here.
Yeah, no, I agree. Open agenda 7 hours before the whole shebang,
I do need to take public comment on this. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Do not see anyone in person. Anyone online wish to speak? Not seeing anyone. This is not a formal action item, but I think the board unanimously approves Trustee DeFazio and Trustee Henry as the Board Policy Review Committee. So thank you very much for volunteering.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, going to next item, item G, approval of amendment to contract for interim superintendent Jeffrey Bear. Before this item is introduced, I have a statement that our attorney requested that I read. This item relates to the board's consideration of an employment agreement for Jeffrey Bear to serve as interim superintendent effective February 1st, 2025. Government Code Section 54953 requires the board, prior to taking final action, to provide an oral summary of the salary and fringe benefits for a district executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. Accordingly, the following is an oral summary of the financial terms of the interim superintendent employment agreement. The agreement commences on February 1st, 2025, until terminated by either party as provided for in the agreement. This amended agreement between the board and Jeffrey Bear supersedes and replaces a prior agreement approved by the board in November. That prior agreement was never implemented. As amended, the new agreement reduces overall total compensation and the overall contribution to health and welfare benefits. The new agreement also clarifies that the interim position is a full-time position. Thank you. Dr. Skelly, you're formally introducing this item?
You just
Or
did.
just did?
So
Okay.
what?
And it sort of sounds like it, so do
yeah,
you have
so-
anything which you would add?
No, I've worked with Mr. Bear for 5 days. I've put him through a grueling set of questions and psychological examination, and I think he's fit to do this position. It was sort of questionable there for a while, but I consulted Dr. Westover and Ms. Bear and Shelley, and I think he's going to be okay. So it's close, but I really think you ought to approve this.
So, Dr. Bear, you wish anything you wish to say?
So first, no doctor.
You're not a
I've
doctor.
not earned that. But, well, I should say something after you take action.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, do I have any comments from the public? See no one in person and no one online. A couple of moments. Seeing no one, I'll move back to the board. Any comments from the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment to the contract for interim superintendent Jeffrey Bear.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Trustee Conley and a second from Trustee Reed to approve the amendment to the contract for interim superintendent Jeffrey Bear. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Motion is unanimously approved. Mr. Bear? would you like
Yes,
to
so
make
I
a
just
statement?
wanted to say thank you. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm honored to be selected, quite honestly, and excited to come back to where the magic all began for me as a teacher. this district had the faith in me to hire me as an intern teacher way back in 1990, and it's exciting to come back. And I do appreciate Dr. Skelly's warm handoff. It has been a pleasure working with you, and you know, his fondness for the district certainly comes through, and I just think it was so important that he and I were able to work collaboratively and with the staff here at the central office for the time I've been in and out, and just making sure that it's a smooth transition, because I really think that's what Mountain View Wisman needs right now, is that smooth transition to make sure we stay focused on kids and learning in the classroom. So I'm excited to be coming back, and really looking forward to it, and I appreciate the opportunity. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on to item 11, board updates. Trustee Henry.
I just wanted to share that yesterday, school board members, school administrators, law enforcement, a number of different stakeholders were invited to an event at De Anza, a critical incident review of the mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. It was presented by the Department of Justice's Community-Oriented Policing Services office, and I attended. It was 4 hours. It was heavy and intense, but it was a actually just really well done presentation. And their report that came out last year has a lot of recommendations related to communications, agency, coordination, incident command, just general safety things, threat assessment, things like that. So I'll send the website to Dr. Skelly in case anybody wants to share it, to see it. But it was just a really powerful presentation. And I saw that our representatives from Mountain View Police Department were there, among others, pretty packed room. So just something I wanted to share that I attended yesterday.
Trustee Reed.
I wanted to share that I attended the Measure B Parcel Tax Oversight Committee meeting, where Ms. Pongo was able to go through a deep dive into the financials, which was very insightful. And it was also nice to see that there's so many invested community members in that committee that stay on year after year to make sure that those funds are being spent in ways that benefit our kids.
Conley.
Well, and I'll share that 3 of us were at the Santa Clara County School Board Association's training or orientation for new trustees this past Saturday. Is that the same week, right? It's with this weekly cadence. It's all starting to become a blur with so many board meetings. But I presented, and then Trustee Reed and Trustee Henry were there, and it was great. There was I presented in my role as a regional director for California School Boards Association, but there was a panel of superintendents, and then there was also a panel of experienced trustees from, these were just from districts all over our county, and I thought it was very informative. I hope it was helpful.
It was very informative, also with the networking. And then that just, so many things that made me think of the monthly county meeting was that last week also, Thursday? Or was that the Thursday before that?
No, that would have been before last, it was a Wednesday before the last Thursday board meeting. It's okay. You can still talk about it.
There's lots of meetings, but there was a county meeting, and there was a keynote speaker there that was really insightful about how she had written a book about expectations, and how when we have high expectations of our students, they tend to rise to them. So when we think about scope of student ability, if our expectations of them are lower, one example was, if we aren't, for high school level, if we aren't thinking of all kids as we want them to be college ready, yes, not all of them are going to choose that route, but if we're not holding them all to that same expectation, then they're not all going to strive for that. So if we have that level of, this is where we want everybody to be, and then from there, it's their choice where they want to go, their likelihood of meeting those expectations is much greater. So that was a really great keynote to be able to attend and listen to.
So I can like to use my portion of this word is to thank Dr. Scully for really stepping into our school district at a time of, really great need and coming in and stabilizing the situation. And not only stabilizing it, but you really, I think, very quickly got to the heart of some urgent matters that needed taken care of. And you knew you could only do so much because you were here for only a certain amount of time. But you really focused on those and did them well. And really, you helped set the stage for the next interim superintendent, Mr. Bear, who can now focus on sort of other things, now that you sort of wrestled through with the first issues. I think I can tell from everybody in the school district who I speak with, not only in the school district, but in the community, that, they see the difference and they may not thank you in person, but emotionally, they all see what's been going on. So you've just done a marvelous, marvelous job. So thank you very much. I'll say for myself, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many, many others in the whole community. I mean, I really encourage the rest of the trustees.
No, let's go on.
I'm just going to address the shift in energy. You bring great energy, and I think everybody felt it immediately. And so thank you. We appreciate that uplifted feeling that you have provided for us.
Also, you helped us baby board members bloom.
Crushing it.
We got to follow you around like little ducklings at the conference.
No, it wasn't.
But yes, and really getting us off on the right foot as a team. As Bill said, as Trustee Lambert said, getting things just to not only just stabilizing, but really already moving in that positive direction. So thank you.
There's not many people who would step in on such short notice. So that is greatly appreciated. And I think a lot of our goal has been to tighten the ship, and you may as well walk around with a screwdriver. There's been a lot of tightening of the ship. And so thank you for that. It's appreciated.
You guys are going to do great. You are. This is a great, great place. And with Jeff coming in and then these people here that I really love, you're going to do great. So on we go.
And so we're not going to expect any more transitions, right? Or urgent ones, right? We might not see you again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Future board meeting dates. We have next board meeting is February 13th, March 6th, and then March 20th.
And I think you should probably put on this list. I'm sorry. You should put on this list the meetings that you're going to have for the superintendent
One
search.
on the 13th and one on the March 15th and one on March 23rd.
22nd. Yes.
Second.
All right. Well,
22nd and possibly 23rd.
okay. So, and then the other issue that I don't know how you're going to do this, but you're going to have to figure out where you're going to get the money for buying that land. And I think you need a conversation about that. I think that should be something that you put on the agenda for the 13th in open session to start talking about that topic, or at the March meeting. See advantages of both, but that's a conversation you need to have. Okay.
If I have nothing else, so we'll move on to adjournment. So, excuse me?
No, let's go on. Yeah, that's all.
This is at 9:50.